Girder.
What you doing?
Girder.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
Glue is cheap. Glue is cheap.
Tradoon.
Girder.
Ontogeny. Ontogeny.
Tradoon.
Ontogeny.
Tradoon.
Girder.
Glue is cheap.
Kids, come away, not too close to the cars.
Aren't they lovely? Aren't they glorious, though? These will be your transports for the afternoon.
No drivers.
No drivers. But they're electric. They run on this track in the middle of the roadway here. Totally non-polluting, top of the line. Spared no expense.
It's an interactive CD-ROM!
Lex, darling, you're all right in there. Dr. Sattler, come with me. Dr. Grant, come in the second car.
Hold on to your butts.
Now. Hey, look
future, right?
The voice you're now hearing,
A paleontologist.
we spared no expense.
Thank you again, John, for this opportunity. My name is Danny Anduza, and I am so excited to share my passion and my perspective with you lucky folks today. Let's get right into it. So it looks like the first dinosaur on our tour is, Dilophosaurus.
Dilophosaurus.
And everybody loves Dilophosaurus. And not just for those signature double crests. It was also a top predator in the early Jurassic, the largest carnivore in its ecosystem. As far as we know, it was also the largest theropod dinosaur to have evolved up to that time. Now, I've worked with the holotype specimen of this critter at Berkeley, and let me tell you, it is a truly spectacular animal. Very charismatic. But as for the one you're about to see, I don't know if it's supposed to be a juvenile or what, but it's very small. Its head looks all doofy. It's got some kind of apparatus like an Australian frill-necked lizard that it doesn't make any sense. Honestly, if you ask me, it's not nearly as cool as the real thing.
Damn.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to have everybody here today. Happy Thursday to one and all. Happy Thursday BIRDSday. If you're here for the very first time, which I presume some of you probably are, let me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. This is actually how I make my living as a scientist, believe it or not. Twitch is how I pay the bills. A few years back, I was able to start on this platform, you know, talking about fossils, talking about science, talking about my own contributions to the field of paleontology, and it's taken off to the point where this has become my full-time gig. This is how I fund my research and my field work and everything else. Talking about fossils, talking about dinosaurs, since dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, you're going to learn about fossils, you're going to learn about the history of life on Earth, you're going to learn why these topics are relevant to your everyday life. The perspective that we can get from fossil science is unlike anything else. So, buckle up. That's what we're here to do, to explore the history of life on Earth, extinction, evolution, the origins of biodiversity, and the way that science works. I'm here to walk you through it. So welcome. It is Thursday BIRDSday today, so we'll be looking at viewer-submitted pictures of birds and talking about all these different birds toward the end of today's stream. We're also going to be doing a lot of Q&A, too. So, if you've got any questions at all, as always, do not hesitate with them. I'm here to answer your questions to the best of my ability. Let's see who's here in the chat right now. Oh, Harry Vetch says you were my #1 Twitch stream in 2024. Well, thank you, Harry. I appreciate that. It's good to see you here. We scroll up to the top. Matt M33 and Kodali were first. Hello. Early birds always. You too. I appreciate you very much. It's good to see you. The Lenina, thank you for all of your hard work, everything that you do for this community, moderating and everything else. Appreciate you, Lenina. Kodali, what's shaking with you? It is good to see you. Hello. Steepany. Thank you for the follow, Steepany. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Taddy Waddy, hello to you. I hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you. Science Streams, Balint. I hope your week is going excellent. It's good to see you like it is every day. Appreciate you, Science Streams. We've got Keeper MN and Tommy Ploticus. We've got Summer Days Suck, and we've got Lucas Exemplar, Architecty, and Eddie Scarin. Germ, how are you doing, Germs? Hello. Pimpcat, and Harry Vetch, Kawaii Sapod, and Alexander Morrison. Hello to you, Alexander. It's good to see you again. Zote, an RC Carver, Disco Fountain, and Classical Gas. MS Coggins, Grim Deviant, Squiggles de Gabo, and Hugh Fun. Hello, hello, all of you. It's good to have you here. One Wing Zero. Hello, hello to you. I hope you're having a good day. Thing from Somewhere Thing. I hope you're having a good day. Hello, hello. My best friend will be joining us later on. Excellent thing. I'm happy to see her in chat. Looking forward to seeing her in chat, rather. Steely Dan and Jody Fish, Knight of Coins. Hello, hello to you, and Fall Machine.
We have the Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
I think that might explain your your question there, Germs, from earlier. Solor 2015, thank you for the 10 months of support. I appreciate that tremendously. It is good to have you here. Thank you, Solor, for keeping me here on the air for the past 10 months. I appreciate it. Yeah. And the early dinosaur catches the wormhole. There you go, Andit. I guess so. Let's see. Bald Squirrel. Hello, hello to you. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome everybody. Yeah. We might do some fossil news early on in today's stream, and then later on we're gonna get into Thursday BIRDSday. So yeah, and Roseanne, good to see you too. Hello, hello. The last 8 years she's heard it from the internet. Could be Germ, could be. Yeah. Nobody managed to get a clip of that when it came out, but I almost fell out of my chair laughing when we watched that video. This was probably like 3 or 4 years ago at this point. Anyway, Mini Pie, how are you doing? Hello, hello. It's good to see you. Yeah. She's doing some exploring. It's raining outside a little bit where I live, and so she can smell the rain through the cracks in the wall because he goes to go to outside the house. My office here is not the best insulated in the world, but it works for me. Let's take a look at the view out there. There we go. Yeah. Overcast, drizzly day here in the San Francisco Bay Area. There's a live view from the Lawrence Hall of Science up in the Berkeley Hills. Yeah. And hello, hello, Minnie. Good to see you. It's good to see you. Do you want some treats, or are you here mostly for the attention? I think she might be here mostly for the attention. She was sleeping for much of the day so far.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
Oscar Juniors. Thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate that, Prime Oscar Juniors. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff, and that's helping with our sub goal too. We're not quite at 50% yet, and today is the last stream of the week, so I don't know if we'll make our sub goal today. We shall see. Anyway, how are you doing, Minnie? How are you doing? Things going well? I hope so. Yeah. She knows she's a star, just wants to remind everyone. I think you're right, Ayakane. I think you're right. Oh, Minnie. You are a star, aren't you? Look at you. You've got 128 people watching you right now, fawning over you. Thing from somewhere, thank you for the 16 months of support. Here, we must have... I think we turned off the alerts on that. There we go. When we got that giant raid from Kit Boga the other day. But thank you for your continued support, Thing from somewhere. I really appreciate it. 16 months. Good stuff. Yeah. Old Mini Pie. Yeah. And how old is Minnie? I think she's about 7 years old. Something like that. What do you think, Minnie? Yeah, something like that. Would you like some treats? Would you like that? Would you like some treats? Let's see. Oh. What's going on over here? What do you think? like some? Oh. Oh yeah, that smell pretty good. Let's do a few and see if you'll eat them. Because I know you've been kind of squirrely about that lately, Minnie Pie. Been a little bit more picky than I would expect. Yeah. How are those? Pretty good? You just hoovered those up. You just a vacuum cleaner. You didn't even chew them. Minnie Pie. Minnie Pie. You're supposed to chew the dental treats. That's what they're for. I won't give them to you if you're not going to chew them. And now you're just going to go investigate the surroundings a little bit more? What's going on over there? A Stegosaurus? Yeah, Archaeopteryx. We've got some phylogenies. We've got an Allosaurus skull there in the frame. Yeah. Good stuff. And Gravity 1963, hello to you. Minnie Pie, don't you chew on the cables over there. I don't want you doing that. Hey, Minnie. I'm just kidding. Get out of there. I don't want you doing that. Jokes aside. Yeah. MTN, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Charlie's Dragon and K Crew. Yeah, got him. Exactly. Kane. Exactly. Yeah. You're just gonna hang out here, aren't you? I suppose that's fine. Charlie's Dragon says, one day one of the cats will cut off stream and we won't believe it. I don't think so. I don't think that's a possibility at all. You know, nobody has ever cried wolf and it gone bad for them, you know? Yeah. That's, definitely never been something that's happened.
So, Bart, how are you feeling?
Can't complain.
Well, then, you're ready for your makeup test.
Oh, my ovaries.
And then there was a joke about him crying wolf. That wasn't the full clip, you know? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Here, I bet you we can find it.
Put away your books, children. It's time for your English test.
Oh, that's way too loud.
Oh, sick on test day. Why? Why?
Bart, have you ever read The Boy Who Cried Wolf?
I'm halfway through it, I swear. My ovaries. Suckers.
Have you ever read The Boy Who Cried Wolf?
I glanced at it. Boy Cries Wolf has a few laughs. I forget how it ends.
Yeah, anywho, yeah. Maybe one of these days, Minnie Pie really will dislodge the Ethernet cable from the wall, and everybody will think that I'm faking it. But you know, that'd be also really funny. So yeah. Yeah. What do you think, sweetie? Minnie Pie. You're just so starved for attention right now. You really are. Do you want some more treats? Do you want some more treats? Let's make that happen. And then we'll get into some fossil news here. Ooh. Whoa, you're more excited this time. She's like, yeah, I know what to expect now. There we go. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, please finish those. Don't leave. This is what I was trying to avoid. You're just leaving these on the desk. Goodness. Well, I know somebody who's not going to be part of the Clean Plate Club today. Gonna revoke your badge and your decoder ring, Mini Pie. Anywho. Let's take a look at something that I was pretty excited to see earlier today. In fact, I bet you... Oh, and before I forget, we gotta post a screenshot of the blue sky, too. Trying to keep my, my streak going here. But before we do that, here. I don't want to forget about this. Let's find that post from... from Albertonicus. Where was that? I actually got to meet Albertonicus. At, there we go. At SVP this past year. And this was what I was excited about today. Body size and evolutionary rates in alvarezsaurs. This includes Churarchuncus here, one of my very favorite dinosaurs because I'm one of the authors on the original paper for it. It has been included in this data set, trying to track the evolution of body size across this group of dinosaurs on different continents. This is pretty neat stuff. Oh, and thank you, Gravity. I appreciate that. Still sampling fonts for your poster. Appreciate that, Gravity. Yeah. Let me share this with you because it is open access.
Access granted.
There we go, right there. Yeah. Body size and evolutionary rate analyses reveal complex evolutionary history of Alvarezsauria. Complex evolutionary history. This makes it sound like they didn't find a particularly robust result. So like, oh yeah, there's complexity there. Which, you know, it's not a bad thing. Recognize some of the authors here. Diego Pol, Luis Chiappe, Pete Makovicki. This, of course, is a paper about this group of dinosaurs. The alvarezsaurs. Here's kind of a simplified picture of Mononychus right here, but it gives you an idea as to what these critters were like. Very bird-like to the point where there's still some debate whether or not they actually are true birds. But they've got these long, stilty legs like this, S-shaped neck, a mouth with highly reduced teeth. Some of these guys might have actually been toothless. Super short arms with one big claw on each hand. Pretty nuts. There's a general consensus that these guys are probably eating insects or other arthropods, and they're probably using those hooked claws to kind of rip open rotting logs and stuff like that. But, yeah, anyway. Not for holding eggs, no. There's multiple lines of evidence that seem to show that these guys are well adapted for eating tiny, tiny little critters. And they're accessing these guys by kind of hook and pull digging. I can show you a video that kind of illustrates that concept. There we go.
Mononychus is a desert specialist.
So this is Mononychus from the late Cretaceous of Mongolia.
Directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log and what lies within.
Maybe they are digging up burrowing mammals too. Yeah. Definitely a possibility. There's a paper on Shuvuya that came out not too long ago that suggests that. Shuvuya is a member of this family.
She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name. Mononychus.
That sound effect.
Single giant claws.
A real dinosaur?
And Dearest Cloud, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
And these guys probably work pretty fast, Pimcat. Yeah, they've got very long legs.
A flexible tongue twice the length of her head.
Now, we don't necessarily have direct fossil evidence of that tongue, obviously. I don't know if we have a hyoid bone from any of these guys, but that would imply something about the morphology of the tongue. Yeah. So that's probably what these guys were doing with their claws. That's kind of the general consensus nowadays. And there's other groups of animals that do that today too, with very similar looking claws. Behold the silky anteater here, who also has very short arms, with one big claw on each hand. And they will use those claws for ripping open, ripping the bark off of trees to get at the arthropods underneath, mostly ants, I think. They are really funny little animals. The silky anteater. They often look very, very sleepy, but they also have these extremely short arms. The advantage to having a really, really short arm like that is that it can be really, really powerful. And that's, well, these guys are like that. Despite their small size, if they're trying to defend themselves, they could really rip into you with those claws. So yeah, pretty cool. Also, not unlike woodpeckers or eye-eyes. Well, they've got different methods of getting into trees and stuff like that. Woodpeckers obviously will peck. Eye-eyes have got these ridiculously long fingers that they use to probe. What these guys do is they'll use their claws to kind of open up spaces in the trees, and then they use a long sticky tongue in order to get their arthropod prey. So yeah, what a ridiculous animal. But yeah, very much like alvarezsaurs in a lot of ways. So yeah. Pipcat wants to know, are sloths closely related to koala bears? No, koalas are also not bears. Here, let's jump to our tree of life, and I'll show you that, and then we'll get back to silky anteaters on the tree. So koalas are a kind of marsupial. They're not closely related to sloths. Sloths are a kind of xenarthran mammal, so they're more closely related to anteaters and to armadillos. There we go. There's sloths there. Folivera is the group. So their closest living relatives are... Oh! Well, shoot. Anteaters are part of this, too. Yeah, so sloths and anteaters, very close relatives. They only diverged about 60 million years ago. So our silky anteater there, also known as the pygmy anteater, Cyclopes didactylus, is pretty close to the ancestor of the sloths. And no, sloths are not marsupials. Sloths and anteaters belong to a group called Xenarthra. Armadillos, anteaters, and sloths. So these are placental mammals. They give birth to live young. They do not have a pouch. Whereas koalas are a kind of marsupial. So they are way over there. The marsupials split off from the rest of the mammals about 87 million years ago, and they've been doing their own thing ever since. All of these guys have got pouches, at least the females do. And they raise their young in a pouch. So yeah. And Iacane says, how close are pangolins and armadillos? Great question, Iacane. We used to think that they were pretty close, but DNA evidence suggests otherwise. So let's jump back to Xenarthra with the anteaters, sloths, and armadillos right here. Xenarthra. Pangolins are now thought to be more closely related to carnivorans. Dogs and cats and bears and sea lions, etc. So pangolins, Pholidota, are way over there. So yeah, pangolins. Right here. Closer to these guys. Hyenas. Weaselly guys like martens and mongoose and bears and seals. And dogs like the dhole there. So anyway, they're pretty far from our... There we go. From our Xenarthrans. Like these guys. So, an armadillo is more closely related to an elephant than it is to a pangolin. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. So yeah, that is a good example of convergent evolution. Something like a silky anteater and a pangolin. Critters like this, these are... Oh, there's a pangolin and an armadillo. These guys are not closely related at all. Not at all. Not close relatives, these two. Even though they've got a very similar lifestyle. Walking around on the ground. They're, the giant pangolin, at least, is ground-dwelling. Giant ground pangolin. It's also opening up termite mounds and stuff like that with its powerful arms, with its claws. It's using a long, sticky tongue to eat those bugs. They are not close relatives at all. Yeah. Which I suppose it can be kind of confusing because there's a common name for pangolin, which is scaly anteater. They are not anywhere close to anteaters. Not anywhere close to anteaters. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and aardvarks also not close relatives. Aardvarks are more closely related to elephants. So yeah. Armadillos, anteaters, and sloths. Let's go to aardvark. They're over there. So these guys belong to this group. Elephants, elephant shrews, and more. Afrotheria. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Oh, sweetie pie. Thank you for coming to clean up Mini Pie's mess here. I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, look at what you can find. You're a little, yeah, curious like that. Good to see you, sweetie. Yeah. Sweetie Pie also not closely related to aardvarks. True. She is a carnivoran. A feliform carnivoran. You're one of the cat-like carnivorans, because you're a cat. Yeah. Very funny, Iacane.
He tells me you're one of these archaeologist fellas.
Well, it's
well.
Mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
Dyson Dinosaur.
And their 14 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Thank you, Dyson Dinosaur, for your raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to see you. Holy cow. Did you know, Dyson Dinosaur, you were my most frequent raider over the past year? Yeah, let me find that. But welcome. If anybody's not yet following Dinosaur Paleontologist Filippo Bertozzo, Dyson Dinosaur is the username. Go correct that right now. Go follow that man. Many of his streams are in Italian, but on the weekends he does English language paleontology streams, and they are always worth a watch. So go give him a follow right now. Let's see. Put that right there. We looked over our recap yesterday. And, where does it show raiders? There we go. Who raided you? Dyson Dinosaur, 26 raids this year before today. I appreciate that very, very much, Dyson Dinosaur. I'm honored. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, it's good to have you here. We were testing the demo of Dino Path Trail, an indie video game from an Italian dev group. I think you might be interested to try it in the future. Interesting, Dyson Dinosaur. Okay. I'll try and remember that. Dino Path Trail. Nice. Very nice. Having some cat-related technical difficulties at present. But it's good to have everybody here. Thank you, Filippo, for the raid once again. I hope you had an excellent stream. And it's good to have you here. We were about to, well, I was explaining the concept of alvarezsaurids, like Mononychus. There's a new paper that just came out about them today. And, yeah, so we were about to look at that. But first, chatters had questions about what are these animals and what are they all about? And then we got into silky anteaters, and then we got into true anteaters. Well, we got into pangolins and anteaters and difference between xenarthrans and pholodotans, and it's been a whole thing. But yeah, good stuff. Sweetie pie. Do we need some more treats for you? I think we do. Do you want some more treats? Would you like that? Would you like that? I think so. Let's make it happen. Ooh, look at all of those. Oh, what a haul. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. We'll get back into that paper here. Where was that? We'll probably see, hopefully, a press release about this before too long. But I figured we'd just take a look at the paper today, just as soon as it's published here. Take a look at this. Body size and evolutionary rate analyses reveal complex evolutionary history of Alvarezsauria. This is pretty neat. Yeah. And, here, we had I want to say there was a write-up on a blog about this somewhere. Maybe we should start with that. I'm not seeing it here. Yeah. Oh well. Here's the paper. So, this group of dinosaurs, the Alvarezsaurs, like Mononychus here, or like my beloved Trirarchuncus, first dinosaur that I was ever an author on the original descriptive paper for. Yeah, they're pretty cool. And you don't know about this? Let me give you the link to the paper there, Filippo. Good stuff. Just published today, in fact. Open access yesterday, I guess, December 11th, 2024. So Alvarezsauria includes a series of enigmatic Maniraptoran theropods from the Upper Jurassic and Cretaceous of Asia, as well as the Cretaceous of South America, North America, and Europe. So we've got them on 4 different continents so far, from the Jurassic through the end of the Cretaceous. They exhibit a distinctive skeletal bow plan. A bow plan sounds like a German word, but anytime you hear that bow plan, it just means what's the general shape of your body? What's your body plan? You know? Are you a fast, 2-legged runner, like these guys? Are you a slow, plodding, massive herbivore with big, stocky legs? It's a different kind of bow plan. Bow plan is just like your overall morphology. What's your overall shape of your body? What are you doing with it? These dinosaurs exhibit a distinct skeletal bow plan comprising of a gracile skull, which is very lightly built, very thin, very kind of delicate. A gracile skull with large, rounded orbits, big ol' eye sockets for big eyes, small zyphodont or pachyodont teeth. So small teeth that are either laterally compressed, almost like a steak knife, or pachyodont, which is like almost kind of short and blunt, and lacking a postorbital jugal contact. So some of these bones in the back of the skull don't actually link up anymore. They're separate. Part of this skull being so kind of thin and airy and lightweight. As well as a postcranial skeleton, so that's all the bones behind the head, characterized by having very short forelimbs with robust thumbs. Again, that big claw there is on the thumb on this guy. And long, slender hind limbs. Long and slender, presumably very fast runners. And hyper-elongated tails with procoelous caudal vertebrae. So they do have pretty long tails, and that is presumably for balance. Maybe also for counterweight. Something to do with the like hook and pull digging that they're doing with their forelimbs, perhaps. Good stuff. So the point of this paper seems to be they're just looking at these different specimens of Alvarezsaur from around the world, lining them up in time, and in place, and just trying to see what trends emerge here. What story can we tell about the evolution of this group when you put all that information together? That seems to be kind of the gist of this paper. But yeah. And isn't Baum a tree in German? So Bauplan may be limb plan? Circules? I'm not sure. Let's look that up, actually. I bet you we can find a Wikipedia article on Bauplan. There we go. Body plan. German Bauplan. I don't speak German, but I bet you that means body plan. A set of morphological features common to many members of a phylum of animals. It doesn't have to be a phylum. It could be a more specific taxon than that. The vertebrates share one body plan, while invertebrates have many. So this is not actually how we use it in dinosaur paleontology. That's interesting. I wonder if this is one of those terms that we're just using incorrectly. Kind of like how the concept of sexual selection is often used incorrectly by paleontologists. It's like most of us don't really know what that term means. Interesting. Anyway, I'll give you a link. Yeah. And Bau means building in German, according to Google Translate. Okay, interesting. So building plan, kind of like blueprint, I guess. Build plan. Okay. Means blueprint. There you go, Gojira. Yeah, yeah, interesting. So this concept of a bow plan, it kind of stems from the early days of biology like this, like kind of figuring out how to classify living things. Yeah, like Haeckel right here. This was an early way of trying to figure out which different organisms were more closely related to which other ones. You look for a similar bow plan. Ones with the same bow plan, presumably they're close relatives. Yeah, and nowadays we can do things like looking at genes to actually get some insight into the particulars of how these things develop, which is pretty cool. Anyhow, aw, sweetie pie. So the cat bow plan here, actually, this can be instructive. The cats have got a bow plan, a body plan, which you know, all cats, regardless of size, have got the same basic bow plan there. They've got 4 limbs, they've got a non-prehensile tail of varying length. Things like the lynx have got a really short one, things like a snow leopard have got a very long one. But, you know, they all descend from a common ancestor. They all come from the same place. Which means that they share a lot of the same DNA, and they're going to have general overall similarities in their body plan. Does that make sense? Yeah. Meow plan, says Anna Bendinia. You can do the same thing with dogs. Dogs also share a bow plan. This is mostly going to be domestic dogs, but let's try canids. Members of the dog group. Whether they're domestic dogs, whether they're dholes or wolves, dingoes or jackals, coyotes, you know, they all share the same bow plan, too. Does that make sense? You could even, and Dario WebDev, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Sorry, we got a cat in front of the camera right now. But yeah, wasps are a tremendously speciose group. There's so many different species, but they all have a common kind of bow plan too. They've got a lot more variation than something like cats or dogs do. But they've all got 6 legs, they've all got wings, they've all got antennae. I think most, if not all, have got an ovipositor. Yeah, bow plan, body plan is just one of these concepts that we talk a lot about in paleontology. Especially when we're trying to figure out a group of organisms. Trying to figure out what they have in common, differences that they might have, their evolutionary history, all that stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. And that reminds me, I should add that to this list. I thought of doing a thing for next year. We'll see if it happens. But, there. Is it in here? I've got a running list of different concepts that we might be building on over the coming year. Man, Google web pages are taking forever to load right now, whether they're Google Notes, Google Keep, Google Drive, I don't know what's going on. But the idea, tell me if you like this, chat. The idea is that we'll have roughly 250 different concepts that I'll record in a list. Here we go. Concepts of the day, I called them here. And each day we cover a different concept here on Paleontologizing. It'll just be like a, maybe we spend 15 minutes talking about it or something like that. But they would be like the bolded terms in a textbook, important concepts to know if you want to understand how paleontology works and what we know about the history of life on Earth. Whether it's things like allopatric speciation or allometry or continental drift or mutation, extinction, indexed fossils, atavisms, things like that. So these kind of concepts like that. Do you like this idea? Let me know, because yeah. Sounds like an excellent idea, says Golganek. Yeah. Well, cool. Adore this idea? All right, Salamander. Yeah. I like the idea of kind of formalizing a few things here on this stream a little bit. We've got our fair share of kind of goofy, informal stuff, like Sweetie Pie here. Did I just call you Goofy, Sweetie Pie? Did I just call you Goofy? I did, it's true. But I think it'd be nice to have some, slightly more formal things too. Yeah, bite-sized concepts. And some of them are not going to be bite-sized. Some of them are going to be quite expansive. But yeah, Steely Dan, yeah. Yeah. Oh. Use a little fuel myself. All right, Mayor Space, yeah. Let's, wait, hang on. Mayor Space, are those song lyrics? Hang on. Do I not have that song? Hang on a second. We'll find it yet. Just you wait. There we go. Okay. Mayor of Space, I appreciate you, but the rest of chat might not appreciate your inflicting this upon them. Anywho, yeah. You too, Salamander. Charlie's Dragon. But yeah, if you like that idea, then I'll make sure that I continue with this. In fact, I'll go ahead and bookmark this page so that I don't, yeah, we don't forget it. But anyway, an example of one of those concepts might be this right here, body plan. Think of the concepts idea like a glossary of all of these different terms that we as paleontologists and zoologists, botanists, evolutionary biologists, geologists, scientists in general who work in kind of fields like these. Concepts that we talk about all the time that we think are important to understand. I'll help teach you about those over the course of next year. I think that'd be cool. I think it'd be a lot of cool. That'd be a lot of fun. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says it would be... Wait, hang on. And Demon Prince... No, that is the idea, is that there'd only be one redeem for a dinosaur deep dive each day. And the first person who gets it, gets it. And then, it resets the next day. That's the idea, yeah. Ios does this on her channel for a bunch of stuff. You can even set arbitrary time limits on things. So it could be once every 4 hours. It could be once every 32 days, stuff like that. Anywho, got a lot of thoughts on what to do in the coming year here on Paleontologizing, ways that we can improve the stream and further our mission of science outreach and education. So yeah. Anywho, back to here. I'm curious to see their results here. Apparently they took Triarchunkus out of their... Yeah, here we go. Out of their analysis, it's one of the unstable taxa, which is funny because Triarchunkus, we've got multiple specimens of it of different ontogenetic stages, and so that may have kind of broken their analysis right here. They may have been reliant upon incomplete data. And so I do kind of wonder about the results. If they're taking Triarchunkus out of this, then yeah. Anyway, it gives me pause. But they say, in contrast to recent studies, we recover Alvarezsauria as the earliest diverging clade of Maniraptoriforms, which is really interesting. This would be the most primitive of all of the super bird-like dinosaurs. The one that diverges first, before the evolution of birds, presumably. Rather than Ornithomimosauria as the earliest diverging branch of this large clade. However, the support for this novel interrelationship is low, with Bremer's support values of 1 and jackknife frequencies of less than 50%. Oh boy. Even when the position of unstable taxa are ignored. So, yeah, it seems like this is kind of tentative. But anyway, here's some different Alvarezsaurs from different parts of the world. Yeah, South American in red. We've got, I think these are Chinese ones in pink. Or Cretaceous Chinese ones in pink. Jurassic Chinese ones in blue. Oh, these guys must... Yeah, I guess these are from different formations. That's what is designating the different colors. And they don't have Triarchunkus on here because they removed it for the analysis. But interesting stuff. Let's look at their conclusions here. Or discussion. Phylogenetic analysis recovered a novel topology for the early diverging Asian Alvarezsaurian lineages from the late Cretaceous taxa nested within Alvarezsauridae. These results support the monophyly of Alvarezsauridae, so they're saying this does seem to be a real group. It would be kind of a shocker if it didn't say that. And recover Alvarezsaurus and Achillosaurus as early diverging members of this clade. Interesting. And there's those forelimbs like that evolving over time. They start off with multiple big fingers like this, and as they evolve through the Cretaceous, the later and later Alvarezsaurs develop shorter and more robust forelimbs, until the point where you've got basically just one finger left. That big thumb right there. That's pretty neat. I wonder what the most derived Alvarezsaur would be in that regard. Yeah. Oh, and I love this figure here. This is fantastic. We've got a who's who of different Alvarezsaurs. These different, presumably insectivorous dinosaurs like this. One of the earliest ones over here, number 9, this is probably Haplochirus. Yeah, there we go. Haplochirus. It's still got 3 fingers on each hand. And over time, these guys become more and more specialized, ever better suited to whatever weird thing they're doing with their forelimbs. As their forelimbs continue to shrink and become robust like that, with 1 claw on each hand. This is good stuff. We don't have our beloved Triarchunkus in here. We've got lots of other Alvarezsaurs. This is a really neat figure. I like this a lot. And then we get it down to our references. Really neat. I'm looking forward to reading this in full when I'm not broadcasting. But yeah. Yeah. And Summer Day Sucks says, would modern birds be part of this clade or a sister Maniraptoran clade? A sister clade, yeah. The clade Avialae. And then aves, eventually, when you get into your true birds. Man, I think Sweetie Pie would like to get into some true birds, huh? Yeah. Yeah, let's look at a phylogeny of theropods. That'll, there's a decent one there. Yeah, excellent. Here we go. So phylogeny is an evolutionary family tree. Here we've got our birds right there, clade Avialae, right here. And this particular tree puts troodontids as the closest ones to birds. The most bird-like of the non-bird dinosaurs are troodontids, according to this tree. Then you've got dromaeosaurs, like Velociraptor and Utahraptor. Over here, Oviraptorosaurs are the next closely related, then Therizinosaurs, and then Alvarezsaurs. This new paper that we were just reading switches Ornithomimosaurs and Alvarezsaurs. They put Alvarezsaurs out here and Ornithomimosaurs right here. So putting Alvarezsaurs is slightly less related to birds, which is interesting. One of the weird things about Alvarezsaurs, about these guys, is that that when they were first discovered, they were thought to be birds. At least when Mononicus was first found, it was thought to be a bird. And I think I can show you that. Where's that old magazine over here? Should have it back here somewhere. But it was, I think it was Time magazine. They had a story about this in 1993 during the big Jurassic Park craze. They're like, we'll get on this bandwagon. We'll talk about dinosaurs here. And they did a pretty okay job of it. Which is high praise coming from me, I know. I'm not sure I have it at the ready. Yeah, apologies. I don't have that right here off the bat, but that's okay. Do you want some more treats, Sweetie Pie? Is that what you want? Alright, let's make that happen. Yeah. Summer Day says, you and Clint's Reptiles on YouTube are my favorite creators for biology. I appreciate that, Summer Days. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I'm glad you enjoy this. I think you'll enjoy some treats, Sweetie Pie. Would you like that? Oh, even more for you. My goodness. You're so spoiled today. It's gonna be a while until you get any more of these. This is the last stream of the week, so you better fill up now, Sweetie Pie. And Summer Day Sucks says the in-depth dives into phylogeny is fascinating. Thanks. I'm glad that that's interesting. I'm glad it's not too dry. Yeah, for anybody wondering what we're talking about when we talk about phylogeny too, cladistics, let me show you a clip. We've watched this multiple times on the stream before, but I think it's always instructive.
Evolutionary.
So, cladistics is a technique for figuring out phylogeny, figuring out evolutionary family trees. This is a... Yeah, that is Kevin Padian right there, Germs Germ, yeah. This is a method that... it kind of came out of the 1980s. Computers, the advent of computers used in research in biology kind of led to the rise of cladistics.
The method is called cladistics. a systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics. These animals are more closely related to each other than any of them are to the dragonfly because they all have backbones.
So here's the thing. When we're trying to figure out who is most closely related to whom, you could do things like look at their bow plan, their body plan, like we were discussing. And that can be a clue as to when they most recently had a common ancestor. So like a dragonfly and a seagull, you know, both of them fly, but that doesn't mean that they're close relatives. That could be convergent evolution. They've independently evolved flight, regardless of their ancestry. And so cladistics is a way of trying to figure out, you know, which characteristics are actually important, and like trying to quantify things so it's a little bit more numbers based, you know, than just kind of vibes based or qualitative, you know?
And the dragonfly does not. These three are more closely related to each other than to the fish
because they have limbs.
They all have 4 bony limbs.
Yep.
And these two are closer still because only they have feathers. The results are plotted on a branching diagram called a cladogram.
Yeah.
Most of the features that you have are inherited from very distant ancestors. And only a few features are really unique to you. And if we wanted to find you plus your descendants, we'd have to use those unique features that arose just with you and are carried on by your descendants.
So this is exactly what Jack Gautier is talking about right here, Summer Days. They say, but as we discussed, bowplane can be misleading because of convergence. Yes. So you got to be careful which features you actually pick to program into your cladogram.
Not the features that you inherited from very distant ancestors.
Yep.
You wouldn't want to say you're related to an ape because both of us have 5 fingers. Because, gee, so does a lizard, so does a turtle. All right? You'd want to say that we're related to the great apes because we both lack tails, and we're big.
So each of those different things we call characters. So things like large size or lack of a tail or, you know, 5 digits or most of the characters that we talk about are much more specific than that. It's like, well, the ratio of femur length to tibia length is, you know, a certain ratio or something like that. But those are just really simplified examples. And the way that you do these is you take each of those different characteristics that you've come up with, and then you code them into a computer. So you put them as 1s or 0s, or in some cases 2s or other numbers, and then you plug them into this program.
To find the closest relative of birds, Gautier programs his computer with hundreds of characters that, in his judgment, are found in modern birds, Archaeopteryx, dinosaurs, and various reptiles.
Yep.
The computer then sorts through all the evidence supplied by Gautier to determine who's most closely related to whom.
And so each of these different lines right here, those are different characters. And this is back when you used to have to type these things out by hand. Nowadays, we've got computer programs that, you know, make this sort of thing a lot easier. So that one right there might be, presence of a long bony tail. And Deinonychus has that also. This one could be presence of, I don't know, the semilunate carpal in the wrist or something like that. And Deinonychus has that also. But then there's a few where, like, you know, small size. That's a 0, and 1 would be large size. And so that's a difference between Archaeopteryx and Deinonychus. And then the computer looks at all of these, and then it gives you kind of a path of least resistance here.
And there it is.
The computer says that Archaeopteryx's closest relative was Deinonychus, which was itself derived from other dinosaurs. And birds are the continuation of that line.
And so every time that we look at a phylogeny like this, this is the result of a cladistic analysis. This isn't guesswork. This isn't, well, there's some subjectivity involved with it, but it's not supposed to be vibes-based. It's supposed to be based on data. And each of those data points, you know, there could be a mistake in there, there could be misinterpretation, could be something. But the point of this is to try and take a ton of information and then get a result that is, you know, that the computer spits out for you. You know? There's supposed to be kind of an air of objectivity to it. It is very much a garbage in, garbage out kind of thing, as we'll
This
see
comes
here.
as no surprise to Gautier.
The simplest interpretation for all the evidence has always been that birds are dinosaurs.
Yep. So this is from a documentary from 1991, when this idea was still a little bit controversial, that birds evolved from dinosaurs. And people like Larry Martin were vehemently against this idea, as you'll see.
Well, I don't have anything at all against either Cladus or Cladistics. I am a little bit upset by rather dogmatic statements that are sometimes made by people that would sort of imply that because you do a cladistic analysis that you've come up with truth. Empirically, you know that's not true, because if you look at perfectly good cladus that work on the same group, they all come up with different cladograms. You know that at best only one of those cladograms can be correct.
None of them are going to be 100% correct. They're all going to be incomplete, obviously. But we're using these to try and get as close to a real picture of these evolutionary relationships as we can, you know? And you've got differences of opinions, you've got differences of like how these different characters will be coded, and as a result, you'll get different results.
Now, the reason for this is probably has to do with how carefully people analyze and choose the characters that go into the cladograms. If you put garbage into a cladogram, you're going to get garbage out.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, they're welcome to their point of view, but they may have another agenda. They may not like cladistic analysis, as you pointed out. They may not want to think about birds as being dinosaurs. They may really think that birds must be more ancient and they must come from the far. I mean, there's always something that makes people, you know, there's something lying behind why people have ideas.
And yeah, spoiler alert, Kevin Padian and Jack Gautier, they turned out to be correct about this. As near as we can tell, the grand consensus that's emerged over the past 30 years is that birds indeed are living dinosaurs. But that's not to say that that Larry Martin there didn't make some interesting points. He did. Cladistics is very much a garbage in, garbage out kind of thing. So yeah. Anywho, I hope that makes sense, and we will continue to come back to birds during this stream because it is indeed Thursday BIRDSday. We'll get to that. But Summer Day Sucks as birds are my favorite fish. Well, I mean, I know you're being a little bit facetious about that, but you probably also know there's truth in that. Birds are a kind of tetrapod. They belong to this evolutionary group, the tetrapods. Tetrapods are animals that have backbones, and they've got limbs. They're a kind of fish. Every single one of these animals is a kind of fish. Tetrapods are a branch of the fish family tree. So penguins, lemurs, frogs, passerine birds, snakes and lizards, possums and caecilians. These are all a kind of lobe-finned fish. Tetrapods are one branch on the fish family tree. So yeah, fish are descendants of fish. It's true, Lilithobo. You've got a split that happens right here. The bony vertebrates split into the ray-finned fishes and the lobe-finned fishes. And tetrapods are a kind of lobe-finned fish. So yeah. I know we talk about this a lot on this channel, but I bet you there are people here in the chat who've probably never heard of this. And, you know, one of our primary goals here on Twitch is doing this sort of science outreach and reaching people with these concepts that they may have never heard before. So here, let me see if I can find this video with Neil Shubin showing off Tiktaalik to that room full of students. It's almost like he's talking to Twitch chat, you know? Let's see. Is this it right here? No. It's not this one. Looking for that particular video. Some of you are going to be familiar with it because we've watched it before. Where was that? There's a lovely video where he goes... Here it is. Ah! We found it.
Tiktaalik was headline news the day it was described in 2006. And I remember going in to drop one of my kids off at school. And the teacher asked me, he said, you know, I read about your discovery in the newspaper. Can you bring it in to show the children? So, you know, my office was just down the block, so I grabbed a cast of the fossil. And
he's going to go have a
fossil to the
little discussion with Twitch chat here.
Hey guys, how are you? Hi guys. Hi Han, how you doing, baby?
Hannah, would you like to introduce our
Be right back.
guest?
Oh, did I conk your head? Sorry, Maurice. I'm such a head conker. What can I say? Hi guys. How you doing?
Hi.
Hello. Did you want to introduce today's special
Would
guest?
you introduce our guest, please?
This is my daddy.
And that's my daughter. Hi guys. My name's Neil Shubin, and I'm a scientist. I'm a paleontologist. Does
The
anybody
kids
know
listened quietly as I told them about what paleontologists do and how we search for fossils.
So let me show you the puzzle. I'm going to show you something that shows you what I was looking for, and then you're going to try to identify what it is. Let's see what we got.
Hey, Really Rillo, how you doing? Hang on. I'm going to check on my 3D printer real quick because I think we might be running out of filament on one of these. But we'll continue.
This is taken from a college textbook, so it's really hard. This is taken from... I want to show you something. You see this cartoon? Does everybody see it? Okay. I'll bring it around. All right. What is on top? What do you guys see?
Fish.
That's a fish on top. Now, why
we're
is it a fish? Why do you say... You guys were all pretty sure that was a fish. How do you know? What did you say? Yes. Why is it?
Because it has fins and stuff.
Yeah, it has fins and scales. And look at the shape of its head.
It's like an oval, and they don't really have a neck over here, and it doesn't make a big shape.
That's right. Now, what's on the bottom? No, I don't know about dinosaur.
A crocodile.
It looks like a crocodile, yeah. It's an early land-living animal. So how do you know it's not a fish?
It has legs.
It has legs. What else? What about its head?
It's not an oval.
That's right. So I was looking in the fossil record.
So this is, we're kind of talking about bow plans here, like we were talking about earlier. You know, it doesn't really look like a fish, and it's got legs, and then,
Understand how fish became creatures that walked on land. And in the Arctic, in the North Pole, we found a fossil. And I want to show it to you, and I want to ask you what you think it is. Here's the body. All right, there's the body. Everybody see? And here is the head. Now don't answer what it is yet. I just want you to look at it.
Is it real?
This is the cast of the real specimen. Yeah, the teeth are sharp. All right.
Oh, I know.
Okay. Somebody raise your hand. Who not you. You know what it is.
It looks like a lizard.
His daughter raised her hand.
It has like triangle head.
That's right. That's why we were so interested in it. What do you see on the body?
Like scales.
That's right, scales. What else? What are these?
Like hands, maybe. Or
Well.
fins.
That's right.
Oh, I know what it is. Oh, I know what it is. I totally know what it is.
You totally know what it is. What is it?
It's like a fish that walks on land.
Yeah. in a word.
What the students picked up on is that this fossil, which we named Tiktaalik, has some features that belong to fish and some to four-legged animals or tetrapods.
What's really amazing is that this is an animal that Darwin would have predicted. A real mix of characteristics, both fish-like and tetrapod-like. It's what we call a fishapod.
Yep.
Like a fish, it had scales on its back and fins with fin rays. But like an early tetrapod, it had a flat head with eyes on top. And when we look inside the body, we see these huge interlocking ribs that would fit together to probably support lungs during breathing. And when you put the body together with the head, what you see, it has a neck where the head can move independently of the body. You know, allowing the animal to peer outside the water, avoid predators, and find prey.
Pretty cool.
This visit had a profound impact on me because what it showed as a true example is the power of fossil evidence. That when you give the fossil evidence to children and let them interact with it, they get it. They got seeing a transitional fossil. I didn't have to describe anything. The evidence itself was what it was all about.
Pretty darn cool. The really neat thing about Tiktaalik is that it and its close relatives, creatures kind of along this transition from water-dwelling lobe-finned fishes to land-dwelling lobe-finned fishes, what we call tetrapods. It shows like this intermediate kind of body plan, bow plan, a transition from one bow plan to another. That's how evolution works sometimes, you know? You can get these transitions between major bow plans like that. Tiktaalik is a really, really famous one from the earliest 2000s. Archaeopteryx is a classic example from the late 19th century, from the 1870s. And we've got a lot of these now. These major transitions in the evolution of life on Earth. The origin of birds, the origin of tetrapods, the origin of whales. Each one of these is kind of a shining example of how the fossil record can teach us about how evolution works and how it's happened throughout this history of life on Earth. So yeah. And Freaky Feline says, Danny, another question. What is the purpose of studying evolution and divergence going forward? Looking for something more specific than bettering humankind or something like that? Excellent question. Here, I've got a clip for you here, actually. Let's see.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Rila Rolo, thank you for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate that. Here. In short, why is it important to understand evolution? Here's Neil Shubin again, actually. This is from a documentary about a 2005 court case, Kitzmiller versus Dover, where creationism was trying to be introduced into the schools, and we'll be seeing a lot more of that, I think, over the next 4 years, given the recent presidential election. So this is going to become even more relevant over the next 4 years, probably beyond. Oh, boy. But yeah, this was a really, really important trial because, you know, in trying to defend the idea of evolution, this basic concept in biology, you know, trying to defend its teaching in schools and then keep pseudoscience out of the schools, you know, it kind of brought forth these questions. Why is it important to understand evolution? You know?
Molecular biology and DNA, yet that's where some of the most profound evidence is being uncovered today. Think about that. That somebody in the 1800s made predictions that are being confirmed in molecular biology labs today. That's a very profound statement of a very successful theory.
Not a single observation, not a single experimental result has ever emerged in 150 years that contradicts the general outlines of the theory of evolution. Any theory that can stand up to 150 years of contentious testing is a pretty darn good theory, and that's what evolution is.
And the deep understanding of evolution, as proposed by Darwin, has with genetics unlocked many of the secrets of life.
It's an explanatory framework within which all the rest of biology fits. Right? It's something that we use in practical biological applications. Medicine, agriculture, industry. When you're getting a flu vaccine, that really depended upon evolutionary knowledge. In many, many specific ways, evolution makes a practical difference. It's not just something that happened in the past, evolution's happening now.
It's extremely, extremely important to understand. I mean, like, much of modern life is built on an understanding of evolution. And it's mind-boggling to me that well, I guess that more people don't understand this. It's not your fault. It's that, honestly, this sort of thing is kept out of the schools, and it's kept out of public discourse oftentimes by folks who are afraid of the idea, like creationists, you know? Talk to a farmer, or talk to an infectious disease specialist, or these are people who understanding evolution, understanding changes over time from generation to generation, whether it's farm animals or crops, whether it's viruses. Understanding how evolution works is the key to success in a lot of these areas, whether you're trying to fight disease or whether you're trying to feed the world through agriculture. And when this stuff goes wrong, when people don't understand evolution, when they don't want to understand evolution, really bad things can happen. Maybe do some reading about Lysenkoism, which is this idea. There is this guy, Trofim Lysenko, who was a Soviet agronomist. So he was really, really critical of this idea of evolution. He didn't like the idea of natural selection, and so he was able to convince the leaders of the Soviet Union to basically change agricultural policies in the, what was it, the 1960s, 50s and 60s? And it ended up causing some major, I shouldn't laugh, it's a tragedy. It caused some major famines, and a ton of people starved to death because of this. Because in order to have successful agriculture and feed a tremendous number of people, you've got to understand those changes that happen in crops year over year over year. That is what evolution is, you know? So anyway, it's... Yeah, there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. But yeah, and Lysenko, there you go, DM, yeah. Anywho, why is evolution important to understand? I think there might be a SciShow episode about this that'll be a nice springboard for discussion too. See, some of these I haven't seen before. Here's a real short one from the Perot Museum in Texas. Let's look at this. See if this is any good.
Why is it important that we study evolution, and what can we learn from it?
Evolution.
I feel like you can learn a little bit about your roots and where you came from.
As a physical therapist, we want to know what we've done before so we don't reproduce the same things. We keep moving forward.
You might even learn how to cure a disease.
Sure, I know what she means by that.
Or how this disease came to be in the first place.
Yeah.
What evolution can do is it provides us insight. Perhaps that quirky behavior or perhaps that different way of engaging in an activity is the product of something that was really positive. And so I think that when we apply that lens of acceptance and diversity in a historical context associated with evolution, it becomes possible to rethink and reimagine contemporary lives.
Yeah, okay, that wasn't super helpful, but I think this one's better.
Well, hello there.
Iacade makes a really good point. Access to high-quality education is so important, no matter who or where you are. Absolutely, yes. I mean, that's the thing, is that, I don't know, sometimes I wish I could shake some of these people by the shoulders and be like, you know, don't you think that in this country kids deserve a good education? Don't you want to make our country as good as it possibly could be? Don't you want to improve people's lives? Don't you want to offer the best information that you possibly can to American students? And to students around the world, not to make this like a nationalistic thing. Just this idea that like we should be teaching nonsense to kids is offensive to me. Like, ugh, why would you do that? You know? Who hurt you that you want kids to have a poor education? And there are very good reasons for that, frankly, like not to be too cynical, but, you know, if you have an undereducated populace, then they're easier to control. And it's easier to justify paying people less if you can say that they're poorly educated and, you know, they don't know any better or whatever, so we can't possibly pay them a living wage, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, there are a lot of people who do have that viewpoint, and unfortunately, those are going to be some of the people who are going to be running education policy in the U.S. over the next 4 years. But anyway, yeah, I agree with you 1,000,000%, Iacane. Yeah.
Did you notice that I can pick up this mug? My hands are extremely useful for many things, opening doors, grasping a pen, and my thumb is very useful for all these functions.
You don't have to brag. I mean, shoot, goodness. Have some humility. I'm kidding.
Did you ever notice that other animals don't have thumbs? In fact, humans and primates are the only animals to have opposable thumbs. This was useful when humans developed and used tools. This trait has come about thanks
there you
to
go,
evolution. But not just this trait. The fact that a giraffe is tall is thanks to evolution, or the fact a fish is streamlined is thanks to evolution.
This is really, really basic. Goodness, I feel a little bit spoken down to.
Living things will have certain traits, and this is thanks to evolution. In this 6 episodes Iggy series, I will be talking about what evolution is, about Charles Darwin, the father of evolution.
Oh man, he looks like he got caught in a rainstorm there. He's really sad about it. I don't like this video. We're 0 for 2 now. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. Try some different search terms, why evolution matters, perhaps? Here we go. Ken Miller, who you might recognize from that Kitzmiller versus Dover trial video there. Here he is explaining this, and this is going to be good, I think. He does good stuff. Big ups to Kenneth Miller.
Hi, my name is Ken Miller, and I want to talk to you today about why evolution matters to biology. Not just biology, but all of science. I got to start right up front by telling you, I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I don't dig for fossils. I'm actually a cell biologist. And most of my career has been spent working on the structure of biological membranes, especially the photosynthetic membrane. I use the electron microscope. That's where my training is. I've used a technique called freeze etching to look inside those membranes. And I've also used image analysis and reconstruction to develop things like a 3-dimensional model of a photosynthetic membrane. This ended up on the cover of Nature. And more recently, my laboratory has also worked on the translocon, which is a little channel by which proteins leave
Cover of
the
Cell.
ribosome
Holy
and
cow.
enter the rough endoplasmic reticulum.
So
How
he's
does
bragging a
cell
little bit here.
biologists get interested in
Yeah, so Cell and Nature are probably the two biggest journals in his field. Science would be up there too. The journal Science, the journal Nature, the journal Cell. So yeah. Anyway, he's just kind of laying some groundwork saying like, hey, you know what? I've done some stuff. He is kind of a big deal.
in evolution? There are actually two answers to that. The first answer came from a student. When I first began to teach at Brown University, where I still am, a student came to me in the spring of 1981 and he challenged me. He asked me if I wanted to debate a scientific creationist.
Oh boy.
I'd actually never heard of scientific creationism before, and the more I looked into it, the more I thought, yeah, I might like to go ahead and do this.
What a nice time, too. 1981, before this was really like a thing, you know? Think about that. When creationists didn't run the U.S. government.
So the students ended up setting up a debate at my university. To my amazement, an enormous crowd bought tickets to this event. So many that we had to put it in the largest room on our campus, which was the ice hockey rink, believe it or not. And I participated that year in another debate as well. And in fact, in the two debates in that year, 1981, more than 3,000 people showed up in aggregate. I'd given scientific talks before, but I'd never attracted a crowd even close to that or seen that level of interest. That made an impression on me. That told me this was an important issue, one that people care about in the general public. And also, I was appalled by the amount of scientific distortion and misinformation that was garnished in the name of scientific creationism. A second thing happened pretty much the same year, and that's when the debates was over. When the debates were over, a former student of mine came to me with what I thought was an outlandish idea, and that is, how about you and I get together and write a high school biology textbook? Well, after a few debates, I decided that was over. I sat down with my friend Joe Levine, and Joe and I published a series of biology textbooks,
really excellent
designed
biology
for high
textbooks,
school students that have been very successful and have been used in all parts of the country.
Yep, and that's what's really important about these textbooks, is that they do have a decent amount of evolution content in them. So like they don't shy away from this idea in some of your crummier textbooks, largely ones written for the Texas school book market. Not to put too fine a point on it. Unlike those, these textbooks actually delve into those core concepts of biology, like natural selection, descent with modification, evolution, you know? Yeah. And there you go, Magic Man ICT. Yes, indeed. And Ken Miller would be in complete agreement with you about that. As a devout Catholic himself, he's like, why do Christians have a problem with this idea of evolution? Like, there's no reason why they need to be at odds with science. Why science needs to be the enemy of their faith. It shouldn't be. So he might talk about that in this video too.
That's the second part of the story as to how I came to be interested in evolution. Our books, being cutting-edge biology, had a very strong treatment of the theory of evolution.
Yep.
In some school districts, they were banned. In other school districts, chapters were cut out. And in one very important school district, a warning label, which you can see right here, was actually placed on the surface of the textbook.
That was in Dover, Pennsylvania. That's what kicked off this big trial, the, Kitzmiller versus Dover trial from that documentary. We didn't, normally every year we go over that whole documentary. We spent like a week talking about this in September on the anniversary of the start of that trial. But that was TwitchCon this year. Happened to fall at the same time, so we didn't do that.
Warning students that evolution was a theory and not a fact. That brought me, in a way, right back into the issue of whether evolution should be taught as part of mainstream
There goes
biology.
Squiggles, yeah.
Now, a lot of my scientific colleagues ask me from time to time, didn't we settle all this in 1925?
And hello to Atara, good to have you here.
Scopes monkey trial? And unfortunately, I'm afraid that what they're thinking of when they talk about this is
the movie.
the movie, Inherit the Wind, which was loosely based on the Scopes trial. The reality is that when William Jennings Bryan and Clarence Darrow squared off in that Tennessee courtroom, John Scopes was convicted.
He was, yeah. He was, I think, made to pay a $100 fine, and then I'm not sure what happened after that, but it was kind of a, you know, a nominal victory for the anti-evolution folks. But yeah, in the wider culture, they had definitely lost. William Jennings Bryan, though, in like arguing against evolution, he worked himself into such a lather that he ended up dying like a couple days after that. Really interesting figure, William Jennings Bryan. I've got very, very mixed feelings about him as a person. He ran for president like 4 different times. Just perennial presidential candidate loser. But I don't know, he was very much a populist in some ways that are kind of, you know, not altogether negative, I think. Anywho, interesting figure. He died right after this. It was, there's his portrayal. Actually, that might be a photograph of him in real life.
And evolution basically disappeared from science textbooks in the United States for almost 50 years. It's an extraordinary thing. And even today, the anti-evolution movement in this country is thriving.
Yep.
Time magazine several...
So this video was produced back in 13 years ago, 2011. We're going to see a big resurgence. Things have almost seemed to have died down a little bit in recent years. They're going to flare back up again over the next 4 years.
Well, years ago.
And Lilithobo, thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that, Lilithobo. Thank you, thank you.
Thanks for keeping us learned persons.
Thanks for your support, Lilithobo. I appreciate you.
They called it the Evolution Wars. Books, pamphlets, movies, and even a museum have been opened to support the idea that evolution is fundamentally wrong and that evolutionary science is completely mistaken. This sort of activity led to a dramatic confrontation in 2005 in a federal courtroom in the state of Pennsylvania after a town called Dover, Pennsylvania, decided to order its teachers to prepare a curriculum on an anti-evolution idea called intelligent design. What followed was a dramatic and widely publicized...
Wombat Hole says, I might disagree. Musk has the president ear. He's one of the biggest anti-science people around, Wombat Hole, if you're arguing that he's going to be promoting science. Oh, boy. No. Oh, I don't know where you got that idea, but yeah, he's like one of the most high-profile anti-science proponents around.
7-week trial. I had the honor, but I'm never sure that's the right word, of serving as the lead witness in that trial. And what you see right here is actually the NBC TV courtroom sketch of my cross-examination during the first days of that trial. At the end of the 7 weeks, what happened? Well, the judge, actually a conservative Republican appointed by President George W. Bush, looked at the evidence and testimony and said, intelligent design simply isn't science. In my opinion, of course, exactly the right verdict. And this was big news. It appeared on the nightly...
Wombat Hole says he wants funding for his space and electric ute. They're planning to, like, slash the budget of the National Science Foundation, probably slash NASA's budget. Like, there are going to be... This is really going to set science in the United States back by decades. I don't know what the proper metric for this is, but it's not going to be good for science. Holy cow. It's going to be really, really bad. Yeah.
News on every one of the major networks, front page of the New York Times, everywhere you can possibly imagine. Now, despite this verdict, as it turns out, or perhaps because of the verdict, a lot of us who testified in the trial, and I was just one of several scientists who did that, ended up with some very interesting requests when the trial was over. I appeared on a couple of TV...
And Tuatara says, I think our borders are open. We do like science here. Unfortunately, no. This was just in the headlines recently. New Zealand has had some massive, massive cuts to science, too. I think they're completely defunding all of the social sciences. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, here we go. Oh, come on. Oh, goodness. I think I'm out of free articles. It's ridiculous that this is paywalled. But amid cuts to basic research, New Zealand scraps all support for social sciences. Things are bad in New Zealand, too. Holy cow. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Yeah. Let's continue with this. Sorry to bring the mood down,
Here's a
but
snapshot of one of them. And those TV programs appeared on unlikely networks like Comedy Central. And yes, I actually appeared as a guest on the Colbert Report. And if any of you listening to this would like to find a clip of that, it's really easy to do. You just go to Google and you type in my name and Colbert Report, and a couple of appearances on Colbert will come up. It was an extraordinary thing. It got, I think, the message of science across to an audience that normally wouldn't get it. But something interesting comes out of that. And that's one of the key points that I want to make.
here we go. So this is why I wanted to pull up this video here. So yeah, and that's interesting that, funny, as a paleontologist, I have almost the opposite fear here. Yeah, we're like, oh, isn't evolution just about DNA? And why would you need to study fossils to study evolution? It's funny, as somebody who works on cell biology, he almost has the opposite kind of anxiety about this. But yeah, yeah.
Think that evolution is just a story about the past, and therefore defending evolution is the job of paleontologists and fossil hunters and that sort of stuff. But the reality of science today is that evolution is everywhere.
It's extremely important. It's all over the place.
And because it's in our blood, it's in our genome. Now,
Yep.
what I've put up here is an image showing hemoglobin, the red protein that carries oxygen in our bloodstream. We know the exact location of the genes for alpha and beta globin on a human chromosome, and there's something very different and very interesting about their structure and organization. We actually have 5 copies of the gene for beta globin. We use these at different times in our life cycle.
I don't know anything
And
about
they were
this.
all
This
produced,
is
any evolutionary biology
outside my
can
field of
tell you,
expertise.
by the process of gene duplication. But here's what's really cool. Right in the middle of this collection of genes, and you can see it right there, is in fact a pseudogene. You can see the Greek letter psi above.
Your former field? There you go, Javasaurus. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, why do I say it's broken? It means that one of these multiple copies accumulated so many mistakes that it couldn't work anymore. What are the nature of the mistakes? You can see them here. They involve altered control regions, frame shift mutations. Even if this piece of DNA could be transcribed, it could never be translated, could never be made into a protein. Now, why is all of that significant? It's significant for a very simple reason. Mistakes are unique. They occur only once, and then they're propagated to all of one's descendants. And that's what's happened with the beta globin pseudogene. But the interesting part is that we share not only the structure of this beta globin locus, but we also share those mistakes with 3 other organisms. Wonder who they are? They're the gorilla, the chimpanzee, and the orangutan. And what is that?
So why do we all have that same mistake? Because we all come from the same ancestor, you know? They've inherited the same extremely specific, this truly unique feature, you know?
It means that all 4 of these species, these 3 guys and us, share common ancestry.
And so that common ancestry you can see in places like this. You know, in this is a way to help visualize that. So Hominidae right here, the great apes, is this clade, this evolutionary group that includes us. Right there. Great apes, African apes, and then there's our clade. Humans, chimps, bonobos. You go out a little bit further, you get to gorillas too, and you get to the orangutans also. So the great apes, 7 species right here. This is what he's talking about right there. We all share this particular unique genetic characteristic.
Our genome is testament to that. But there's even more. As a cell biologist, I've worked pretty much my entire
And Sebastian, yeah, I recommend that book all the
within
time.
the cells.
We were just talking about
Two
Neil
of the most
Schumann.
interesting are chloroplasts and mitochondria, and my lab has done some research on both. These are extraordinary organelles that are involved in the transduction of either chemical or solar energy into a form that the cell can use.
And holy cow, Octavius King.
Creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc will
Well,
they
well, well.
What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Oh no, look out for those tiny ornithopods. Octavius King, thank you so much for the raid.
61 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Welcome, welcome. I hope you had an excellent stream, Octavius King. I hope you and the rats had a wonderful time. It's good to see you. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. And Deepest Blue Dragon says it's dinosaur time. Yes, indeed. It's good to have you here, Deepest Blue Dragon. Wazik, how are you doing? Hello, hello. If any of you who were watching before this raid are a fan of little mammal critters, rodents in particular, rats to be even more specific, if you would like to see live rat chaos live on Twitch, and a lot of very cute moments too. It's not all chaos all the time. Sometimes it's just rats being super, super cute. Go follow Octavius King. Do yourself a favor. I appreciate the raid, Octi. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. If anybody's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to teach people about science in the best way that I know how. We're currently talking about the importance of evolution. We, as paleontologists, I and my colleagues, study the development of life on Earth, as seen in the fossil record. That's just one way of studying evolution, but no matter how you do it, it's an important thing to do. So many discoveries that have come out of medicine, virology, agriculture, these other fields that improve our daily lives have come because of an understanding of evolution, of why we have certain genes, where they came from. It's extremely important stuff. So we're just in the middle of a video about that right now. So let's continue.
Now there's some weird things about these two organelles. One of them is they
Here's
both
Ken Miller explaining this. He's a cell biologist.
Cytoplasm, the rest of the cell. Now that's not surprising, but they import them, take them inside, and then re-export them into their own membranes. It's sort of a roundabout route. It's like going to one side of the shopping center and then the other, and then coming back in and then going back out again. It makes very little sense. It also turns out they're both surrounded by two membranes. Most organelles of the cell.
So this is some of his research here. That's why he's getting a little bit into the weeds about it. But I promise it'll be important.
They're not made by the cell from scratch. They're self-replicating. In other words, they come only from the division of pre-existing mitochondria and chloroplasts. In addition, the ribosomes, the protein synthesizing machines within these, are distinct. They're very different from ribosomes from the rest of the cell. Why should these guys have their own unique ribosomes? And last but not least, they've got...
And Deepest Blue Dragon, thank you for the 26 months there. I appreciate that very much. That's some beautiful ontogeny there.
Right. That gets rid of the ads for a few months.
Thank you, thank you. Resubscribed for 6 months at Tier 1. Deepest Blue Dragon. Thank you for that. I appreciate that tremendously. It'll be... what? June? Of 2025? I'll be out in the field digging up dinosaurs by the time you see your next ad on this channel. Deepest Blue Dragon. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Get rid of the ads and support science outreach, says Charlie's Dragon. There you go. I appreciate you, Deepest Blue Dragon. Thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Got their own DNA. They have their own genetic systems. Why is all of this the case? Well, the answer from evolution turns out to be very clear and very straightforward.
There we go.
Mitochondria, there's very clear evidence, arose from primitive bacteria that were then taken inside an early eukaryotic cell and then surrounded by a second membrane and eventually formed into the organelles that today we call mitochondria. Chloroplast, pretty much the same thing, except it was a cyanobacterium, a photosynthetic prokaryotic organism. And once you understand this process, which is called evolution by endosymbiosis, everything makes sense. Protein import and re-export, the double membranes, the self-replication, the unique ribosomes, and the fact that these organelles have their own DNA. It all fits together, and it fits together quite beautifully.
So basically, you can't truly understand these systems. You can't understand the cells that make up our bodies unless you understand where they came from, unless you understand the process behind this, you know? This is one of those core fundamental concepts that everything else is based on, you know? It's like trying to understand advanced mathematics, but, you know, you don't understand addition, you know? How to add one number to another. It's like, oh yeah, we don't do that. That's too controversial, you know? No adding of numbers to other numbers. What? These are the fundamental concepts for this entire framework, you know?
The fact that these organelles have their own DNA. It all fits together, and it fits together quite beautifully. Today, evolution...
And welcome, Lord Moku, to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
It all fits together, and it fits together quite beautifully. Today, evolution itself is a research tool.
There you go, Squiggles,
We use
yeah.
evolution to understand the relationships of proteins in the cytoskeleton, for example. We also use evolution to understand the development of body plans in the field of evolutionary development.
Body plans again. That might as well be the concept for today. Holy cow. Again, body plans. This term that we were discussing earlier on today's stream.
If you want to read up on this, pick up Sean Carroll's great book, Endless Forms.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And in this, Carroll explains the way in which the animal body is modular. It's made up of repeating parts, and these repeating parts basically produce the forms and patterns that we look at and appreciate as biologists. Now, one of the problems that I see as a scientist and an educator is that evolution acceptance
I don't have that book.
in
No,
this country
Squiggles,
is
no.
near the bottom of the industrialized world.
Yeah, this is nuts. And when I talk, I know sometimes I sound like a broken record here, just repeating myself endlessly about the importance of evolution and what a dire situation we are in the United States. When you actually survey the U.S. populace here, here, I'll show you a clip to help illustrate this.
Of course, the United States is unusual among developed countries because of its high percentage of citizens who reject the idea of evolution. This is a study that was published in 2006. It has been widely cited around the world from Science magazine. The question that Miller and his colleagues asked was, humans evolved from earlier forms of animals, true or false? And the blue represents true, the red false, and the yellow is not sure. And the United States, among all of these countries, we beat Turkey.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, really, really, really bad there. This should be deeply embarrassing to any American, you know? Because this is the most fundamental principle in all of biology. If you don't understand evolution, if you reject it, you're rejecting the concept of biology, you know? Yeah, this is deeply concerning. Deeply concerning. Yeah, she's like, Eugenie Scott, the former director, I think, of the National Center for Science Education. Somebody I have tremendous respect for. Yeah. Oh, boy.
The evolution acceptance in this country is near the bottom of the industrialized world. There were 29 countries polled in which a larger proportion of their citizens accepted the theory of evolution than in the United States. We're at the bottom of that list. The only country we beat out in Western Europe was Turkey.
Is Turkey considered Western Europe? Yeah, anyway, yeah. This is why I do what I do, you know? Paleontology is, in essence, the study of evolution in a lot of ways. We're studying the ancient history of life on Earth. That's, you know, more or less synonymous with evolution, you know? And there are a lot of people, especially in this country, who are just frothing at the mouth opposed to the very idea that living things change over time, you know? And not to feed a fed horse here, but the person second in line to the presidency right now at this very moment is himself frothing at the mouth opposed to the idea of evolution. And presumably the president and vice president and many of their advisors are also somewhere along this end of the spectrum as well. Starting in, you know, mid-January next year, late January next year. You know, in a little over a month. So yeah. Anyway, it's bad. It's bad. It's a dire situation. That's one of the things that drives me to do these streams, you know? That's one of the reasons why I think this work is important. You know? And Lukai says, honestly, Trump doesn't care. Well, I mean, he might not care, but all of the people that he's putting in charge in positions of power are people who are going to try and stop the teaching of evolution in U.S. schools. Along with the teaching of proper history, along with the teaching of a lot of other things. There's plans to abolish the entire Department of Education right now. It's bad. It's really, really bad. And will they? We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Sounds horrible? Yeah. Ms. Yvette, have you not heard about this? I don't want to dwell on this too much right now, but it's bad, because I don't want to get too dispirited right now. So I'm eager to, like, veer away from this a little bit. But, man, is it looking bad. Anyhow. Jazzy Cat says science finds a way. Sometimes it doesn't, though. There have been times and places in the history of humanity where science has basically been abolished. You know? That's... to oversimplify things, that's kind of some of the stories of the Dark Ages, you know? So yeah. Yeah, Squirrel says, so let's learn as much science as we can. Yes. Yeah. This is the thing here. In talking about this stuff, I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but I also don't want to be naive, and I don't want to sell people false hope and just say, oh, well, you know, it's all going to be okay, because I don't know if it's all going to be okay. But what I can try and do on this channel is to do the very best that I can to discuss these concepts, to provide good science education, good science outreach, to show people what science is like, and hope that I can make some small difference here. You know? At the end of the day, that's all I can do. I appreciate all of the support that I can get during this. For everybody in the audience who appreciates good science outreach, who appreciates scientific information being presented to this audience. That's some small consolation to me that I can try and make a difference here to the best of my ability with the microphone that I've been given by all of you good folks. So I appreciate your support during this and your patience as we talk about some difficult concepts, because it's not going to be easy over the next 4 years. It's not. I hope it's some amount of comfort that there are a lot of people, many of my colleagues among them, who are going to fight to continue making scientific discoveries, to continue teaching the public about them, to continue to drive science forward, to help improve this world that we live in, to improve life for our fellow human beings and the other species on this planet too. We're not going to stop doing that. So take comfort in that idea. You know? Anyway. Let's continue here.
Why is that? I think in large measure that's because evolution is presented as a fearful doctrine, as something to be afraid of. And that fear that characterizes, or the induction of fear that characterizes the anti-evolution movement is dangerous. Not just because it might cause people to reject evolution, but rather because...
Thank you, Caravan. I appreciate you saying that.
Raising up a generation of young people who have been taught that science is to be feared and distrusted. And if we do that, this country will give up world scientific leadership, something that we simply cannot afford to do. In fact, in the current year, 2011, anti-evolution measures have actually been introduced and attempted to be made law in no fewer than 7 state legislatures. I'd like to pretend this is in the past, but it is in fact an ongoing problem. So what do we make of this? Defending evolution is really defending the scientific method. It isn't about Darwin anymore. It's about the science that we do today. And I think every member of the scientific community, whether student, postdoctoral researcher, faculty-level researcher, or independent scientist, owes it to themselves to defend evolution for 2 reasons. One is, it is the unifying principle that makes sense of everything we do in biology. And number 2, acceptance of evolution means acceptance and embrace of science and the scientific method. Nothing could be more important for the scientific enterprise, and in my opinion, nothing could be more important to our country. Thanks for listening.
There you go. Thanks, Ken Miller. Good stuff. Here's a link to that video right there. And Deepest Blue Dragon, I appreciate you saying that. My mentor in Montana is from the north of England, from near Manchester, and we would have conversations about this kind of thing all the time. And he did say that one of the things he appreciated about Americans was this kind of unshakable optimism that a lot of Americans have. An almost golden retriever-like, unflappable positive attitude. Might not make us look like we're the most savvy folks around, but I think it is a positive attribute. That kind of unrelenting positivity, even in the face of really bad situations. And that's a characteristic that I think I definitely have too. I wouldn't be doing what I did. I would not be here speaking before you if I didn't have that kind of optimism. So I hope that's reflected in these streams too, you know? Yeah. I love the American enthusiasm, Cesarian X's. I appreciate that, yeah. Yeah, Alexander Morrison says, yeah, we're kind of hard to demoralize, low-key. Yeah. So work will go on, and I'm going to continue to fight the things that I value, for the things that I'm passionate about, and I'm glad that you're here with me, everybody. Yeah. Keloise says, my background is in psychology, and you're absolutely right. I think there have been empirical studies on this, just kind of nation by nation people's attitudes in the general public, and I think Americans generally come across as pretty optimistic, regardless of what might be going on in this country. So yeah, and people are very resilient. Yes, yeah, it's true. And Ms. Yvette says, I forgot to say, I bought some of your merch. A tote and pillow. Thanks, it's very nice. Going to be carrying around the tote to promote your stream. I appreciate that, Ms. Yvette. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you doing that, Ms. Yvette. No promises here, but I would very much like to actually produce more merch for sale next year. If we're going to be getting into talking about New Year's resolutions and stuff. I'd like to hand print a bunch of t-shirts live on stream and then ship them out. I know we were going to do that a few years back. I actually printed the shirts. I never got around to actually collecting payment or shipping them out because they just didn't turn out very well. I wasn't happy with the final product. And I didn't want to be selling people mediocre merchandise. So I'd like to be able to make some tweaks to my whole setup, get some higher quality screen printing gear, and be able to produce something that I'm proud of that everybody will really enjoy. So we'll see if we can do that next year. It's going to be real busy. I've got a lot of exciting things going on, but that's one thing that I would like to do. Yeah. Yeah. And you'll wear a t-shirt. Cool, the Raven. Yeah. I would come up with some really cool designs too. So I'm thinking about how to do that. Yeah. And Dangum says, that's a great quality. How do you think it came about? That kind of optimism? I don't know. It might be a selection bias thing. Where the United States is largely a nation of immigrants. It is entirely a nation of immigrants if you talk about the folks who walked over the Bering Land Bridge and then later became the native peoples of the Americas. But then that's true for just about everywhere else outside of Africa. Anyway, the U.S., as a nation of immigrants, you kind of have to be a little bit overly optimistic to move to this country. And so I think there might be some selection bias there. I don't know. This is outside of my realm of expertise. I studied dinosaurs, you know? But that at least would make sense to me. I don't know. Yeah. A t-shirt of a 3D printer making a toy dinosaur says that's my work tonight. That's an interesting idea, Ican, yeah. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, in that case, everywhere but the cradle of humankind in Africa is full of immigrants. Yeah, there's a song about this, actually. Let me see if I can find that for you. Yeah. It's a, it's a little bit goofy. It's very, very earnest to the point where some people might roll their eyes at it a little bit, but it's, I don't know. I really like this song by Roy Zimmerman. I'm gonna go check on my 3D printer. Hang on a sec.
You were born about 3.5 million years ago in a valley warm and fair near the equator. You had hair all over your feet and you grew to 3 or 4 feet. You were even taller generations later.
Talking about human ancestors.
50,000 years ago, you left Africa.
Too late, I
stayed 10,000 years in Central Asia. With no saddle and no stirrup, you walked all the way to Europe. So I'll see your race card, partner, and I'll raise ya. Rift Valley, where we left our mom and dad, drifted out across the world and messed it up real bad. We're all one family, no matter where we roam. Rift Valley drift.
So the Rift Valley in East Africa is
genome by genome.
It's considered to be the cradle of humanity, like where our species first developed.
Yep, partner. If you're one of them grassroots protesters who hates socialism and just wants his country back,
oh boy,
chances are you're of Western European heritage. A member of haplogroup R1b, perhaps. With ancient brothers and sisters in other haplogroups who populated Australia and China and crossed over from Siberia to Alaska to open a casino in Broken Bow, Oklahoma. And you can follow your tracks. Track yourself all the way back to the mitochondrial Eve. Great 5,000 times great grandmama of all 6+ billion of us. And if you do, partner, well, maybe then you'll stop acting like such a friggin' Neanderthal. Every Western boy and girl.
This was produced a little while ago, DM Wing.
Descended from Mohammed.
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
And the first real
Thanks,
Americans
Gato-san.
were Russian.
Thanks for the follow.
And then Indian. And Barack Obama's cousin is Dick Cheney. Well, now doesn't that make for some interesting town hall discussion? Rift Valley, where we left our mom and dad, drifted out across the world and messed it up real bad. We're all one dysfunctional family, no matter where we nomads roam. Rift Valley drifters drifting home, genome by genome. Take a look inside your genes and partner, then ya will see we've all got a birth certificate from Kenya.
Yeah, or maybe Tanzania.
Serengeti up.
Yeah. That's Roy Zimmerman. That is a song from a different time. I wonder if he plans on updating that at any point. He's done that with some of his other songs, but yeah. Anyway, I'm glad some of you enjoyed that. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. I figure we'll kind of segue from here. Let's talk about mammals here, but not hominids. Let's jump from here, the great apes, to kind of the base of the mammal family tree. Right here. True mammals, what we call crown group mammals, first originated about 180 million years ago. But mammals, you know, of which we are a part, primates are kind of mammal. There was a big bottleneck. A lot of mammals did not make it through the extinction event that ended the dinosaurs, at least ended the non-bird dinosaurs. It's something like 90% of mammal species were wiped out at the end of the Cretaceous period. 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs, 94% of the birds, 92% of lizards and snakes, and then these other critters did a fair bit better. But 90% of the mammals were wiped out during that time. There's a new video from, a month ago at this point, I guess not that new. Video from PBS Eons about this. Let's talk about that here. Yeah. But yeah. Now, Marika says, "Hi, Danny. You were the 3rd place on my Twitch recap." Well, excellent. It's good to see you, Marika. It's good to see you. Let's take a look at this. About those mammals that didn't make it. Hang on. Go back to the beginning.
In 2003, a fossil was discovered in an ancient lake bed in what's now China. It was almost a complete skeleton about the size of a platypus with teeth that resembled a seal's. And in the rock surrounding it, there was a shadow. That shadow was the preserved impression of skin and other soft tissue, including a furry pelt, webbed feet, and a paddle-shaped tail. It looked like a typical aquatic mammal, the kind you might see near a river or lake today. But this creature lived in the Jurassic period, 164 million years ago, and it wasn't technically a mammal.
So this is going to be what we call a stem mammal. So it's like, it's on the line leading up to mammals, but it diverged before we get to the group that includes the common ancestor of all our modern mammals. So it's not a true mammal. In order to be a true mammal, you have to have evolved from that one species that gave rise to all the other mammals. So this is kind of an offshoot before you get to the true mammals, if that makes sense.
It was a mammaliaform, part of the group that includes mammals and our ancient relatives. And for a long time, scientists had thought of the mammaliaforms that lived during the Mesozoic era as small shrew-like insectivore generalists scurrying in the shadows of the dinosaurs.
Which is still largely true. This idea that, like, oh, mammals actually varied a tremendous amount in size. You know, people don't appreciate that. It's like, well, we're still talking about paperclip size to maybe the size of a badger, you know? We're not talking about sauropod-sized animals.
But this discovery complicated the history of mammaliaforms. It painted a picture of their explosive diversification, their mysterious disappearance, and how our own ancestors might have survived thanks to a leg up from some leafy allies.
Or small dog. There you go, Summers, yeah.
Now, we know that placental mammals like us humans belong to a group called Eutheria, while marsupials like kangaroos and koalas belong to a group called Metatheria.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about this earlier. Here we go. Let's jump into amnio. It's mammals. There we go. So mammals, you've got, up here, Therian mammals are placental mammals, and marsupials. There we go. Metatherians and eutherians. Placentals and marsupials, basically. Does that make sense?
Eutherians and Metatherians share a more recent common ancestor than other mammal groups, so together we're referred to as Therians. In
Yep, so Therians, right there, Therians are both the marsupials and the placentals. They're both part of that group. Does that make sense? I hope so.
Monotremes, like the platypus and echidna, are our next closest living relatives.
Yep.
Together, Therians, monotremes, and all the animals back to our most recent common ancestor form what's called the crown mammal group.
So the crown group of any group of animals is like, or organisms, it's the group that exists today, you know? He's going to get into stem mammals next here.
Mammaliaforms are basically one more step removed from there. It's the group that includes crown mammals and their most recent common ancestor, plus all the mammal-like animals that are more closely related to...
And hang on a second. I know this guy. He works at the Alf Museum. He gave me a tour of the collections on my way down to TwitchCon. Shoot, what is his name? But he was really cool. I need to send him a thank you card. But, yeah. When I showed up there for a live stream, he was kind enough to show me around the collection space downstairs, take me behind the scenes, and got to see some really cool dinosaur fossils that they have there. And he told me that he was going to be doing some videos with PBS Eons, and now he is. That's so cool.
Recent common ancestor, plus all the mammal-like animals that are more closely related to mammals than they are to anything else. The common ancestor of the mammaliaforms would have looked something like Morganucodon, a small insect-eating generalist that scurried through the undergrowth of the late Triassic around 200 million years ago. And the descendants of mammaliaforms like Morganucodon would eventually give rise to our mammal ancestors, which were also small insectivores. For a long time, it was thought that all Mesozoic mammalia forms were built like this because of the imposing ecological presence of the dinosaurs. Many thought it wasn't until the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction that space was freed up for the mammals to adapt to new niches. But mammalia forms were rare in the fossil record, and paleontologists were lucky to find more than a few teeth or parts of a jaw. So this hypothesis wasn't exactly based on a ton of material.
Mirth says, can you be an insect eater and a generalist, or just a generalist that eats insects? I think it depends. The term generalist versus specialist, those are both very loosey-goosey terms. It's not like we've got strict definitions for either of those. They're pretty subjective. So you could be a generalist as an insect eater. So it's like, yeah, I eat all the bugs. Or you could be a specialist where it's like, oh yeah, I only eat that species of wasp, you know? It depends on the context, whether you're a generalist or a specialist, I guess, you know? Yeah, good question, Mark.
Occasionally, more substantial fossils were
And Nell says, where did that Morgan Eucodon that you printed last year end up, Danny? I've got it right over here. Let me grab it.
Covered, but even they were mostly tiny, like the genus from China known as Zhanghatherium. And while it's true that most mammaliforms did fit this description, a site in northern China has recently flipped the script.
Well, we've got some bigger ones now. Yeah. There we go. There's my little 3D printed Morgan Eucodon, or Morgan Eucodon, as Fisher says. And he's much more of a mammal guy than I am. I mean, I'm also a mammal, but Fisher studies fossil mammals in a way that I don't. Yeah, there it is right there. Kind of a very small little critter. Printed slightly bigger than life-sized, because I was using a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, and anything smaller than this, and it just doesn't work. So I had to upscale it a little bit. So, yeah. Little Mesozoic mammal there. Morgan Eucodon. We were talking about this guy the other day. Yeah. Morgan Eucodon, or Morgan Eucodon. You know, little kind of shrew-like mammal-y guy. Probably living in the underbrush, eating bugs, trying not to get eaten by dinosaurs, etc. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And Nell says, aren't fishers also an American name for a marten? No, I think a fisher is a different kind of mustelid. Because we also have martens here in the U.S. We call them pine martens. Here, let's look them up on the Tree of Life real quick. Yeah. There we go. There's the American marten, Martes americana, Japanese marten, sable, European pine marten, stone marten, and there's the fisher right there. It's a member of the same genus, genus Martes, which means Tuesday in Spanish. That's a coincidence. It's not named after the day of the week. Anywho, yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our video.
There, layers of Jurassic lake sediment and volcanic ash deposits have preserved the fossils of a huge variety of organisms. And that's where our mysterious paddle-tailed mammaliform was discovered. It belonged to an ancient group called the Docodonts, and was named Castoropod, from castor meaning beaver, and cotta meaning tail, after its, well, beaver-shaped tail. Measuring at least 42.5 centimeters long and weighing up to 800 grams, it may not have been huge by our standards, but it's the biggest Jurassic mammaliform ever found.
Diemwing says your quick dismissal makes me so... I don't know what you mean, Diemwing. Can you explain? But yeah. Cosmic Segan wants to know, were there snakes around back then? Yes. Well, actually, no, this critter's from the Jurassic, so there weren't snakes around at this point. Snakes first show up not during the Jurassic, but in like the early Cretaceous. I want to say like the Aptian or Albian are some of our first snakes. Things like Najash. There we go. 90 million years ago, so maybe even later. Maybe, yeah, Cenomanian or Turonian. Yeah, Turonian stage of the Upper Cretaceous. So this is a snake that's still got limbs. It's so early on. See those legs coming off of the spinal column there? Yeah. Several characteristics of the neck and tail of Najash and another critter called Dinilesia patagonica show how the body plan of snakes evolved from a lizard-like ancestor. Again, there's that term body plan like we were talking about. That really is kind of our surprise concept of the day. And Chatimos says snakes had limbs? Yeah, you bet. They evolved from lizards. Snakes are just modified legless lizards. Here. Fossil snake with legs. We've got multiple species of fossil snakes with legs, like this one here. And there's a close-up of those legs there. So yeah. Summer Days says some modern snakes still have leg spurs too on the rear legs. Yeah, anacondas do. Only the males though, as far as I know. Yeah, this guy's got front legs and back legs. And they lived alongside some of these dinosaurs back in the Cretaceous period. This kind of like loss of legs over time has happened multiple times in different groups of lizards. The snakes, of course, are the most famous, but there's multiple other groups of legless lizard. Like these guys. This is not a snake, it is a legless lizard. It's from a different evolutionary event. And as a result, it's got slightly different features. Like these guys can blink their eyes, whereas snakes can't. Snakes don't have movable eyelids. But this group of legless lizards does. They also have external ear holes. So there's an example right there. Here we go. See how the head kind of looks more lizardy? Those eyes can blink. There's an ear hole. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago, which is pretty...
Origami, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So anyway, this is really cool. If we look up legless lizard, you can see a whole list of different times that these critters have evolved, like different groups of legless lizards. So snakes were the, I think, earliest known time that this has happened, and the most successful group with the most species. But all of these other families as well. Anguinae is an entirely legless subfamily native to Europe, Asia, North America, and North Africa. That's a group of legless lizards. Here's a different one. Cordylidae, there's members of this family that have completely lost their legs. This family right here too. This family right here, this one, this one, this one, this one, this. There's a whole bunch of different times that different lizard families have lost their legs. It's just a thing that you do if you want to. I'm anthropomorphizing them. If natural selection is pressuring you to spend more time underground as a burrower, you know, slithering through holes and stuff like that, legs are going to get in the way. And you're not going to use them as much. And so eventually, generation after generation, those limbs just get smaller and smaller. And either that's a benefit to have smaller limbs, or it's at least a neutral thing that's not a hindrance. And so those genes tend to spread throughout the population, and eventually, generation after generation, limbs just get smaller and smaller until they disappear. So yeah. Emelith says the lizard version of crabization, carcinization. That bugs me, that whole thing, that's become such a... It shouldn't bug me. I guess it's an example of successful science outreach, that so many people are familiar with that concept. But I think a lot of people have been kind of misled about it. But yeah, it's another one of those trends where it just happens again and again and again. Losing your legs, you know? There's so many different groups of legless lizards nowadays. And snakes are the first group of lizards to lose their legs, at least the first group that we know about. They're the most successful. They've become so successful that we've got a different name for them. Snakes. You know? All these guys are much more rare by comparison. It's hip to be legless, says Diamwing. Yeah. Oh, and that's really funny. Diamwing says, legless lizards. Why did it have to be legless lizards? Here's something that might surprise some of you. Here. You remember this scene? Watched this movie yesterday, Marika? Well. And Squiggle says, don't tell me they used legless lizards for it. Yes, they did. Holy cow. Many of these are legless lizards, not true snakes. So like you can see right there, there's an ear hole. That is a legless lizard right there. Here, let me unreverse this. Right there. This one's a legless lizard. This one is too. That one is. I think all of these guys are actually legless lizards. They're not snakes. So they were, I think, easier to get hold of, because I want to say that this was filmed in England, and I want to say these guys are pretty common in England. And they're also not venomous. So even though John Rhys Davies' character says, oh, asps, very dangerous. These are not asps. They're legless lizards. Yeah. And some other, it's not in this shot, but in a lot of the other shots, I've been told that they used segments of cut up rubber hose because they just couldn't get enough snakes or legless lizards. So yeah. But that is a legless lizard right there. Yeah. Oh, yeah, another one. You can tell by the shape of their head, like we were talking about here. They've got that same characteristic shape, just like this. And they've got blinky eyes, they've got ear holes, they've got a prominent nares right there, prominent nostril. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Don't worry, they're not. They're just legless lizards. Anyway, yeah. Ms. Yvette says, thanks for the fun facts. So cool, you bet. Yeah. Yeah. No, great line, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. You go first. Anyhow. It's pretty cool. Think about how this body plan like this is so successful that it just keeps evolving. Different groups of lizards just keep losing their legs, you know? It's pretty neat. Yeah. And don't be afraid of those snakes. It's just a legless lizard, says Chetimo. I mean, they're very, very docile. And they don't tend to bite. And they're definitely not venomous. They do make good pets, as I understand. Yeah, here's Clint's Reptiles talking about here. Somebody mentioned Clint's Reptiles earlier on stream.
Well, hi there. This is a legless lizard. Now,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that it's a snake. In fact, it's not a snake. Now, I would argue that snakes are also legless lizards.
He's right.
In fact, I have done so right here.
Yeah.
And that is, unless, of course, that snake has legs, because snakes don't have legs unless they do. 2 of the 3 biggest groups of snakes both have legs. We find fossils of 4-legged snakes.
Yep.
There are a number of features that make snakes unique.
So I think, is that an anaconda there with the spurs? Yeah. Our Coastal Roots, how are you doing? What is the one thing that has kept you interested in dinosaurs and paleontology? The dinosaurs part, our Coastal. That's what's kept me interested. I don't know how to answer that question. I think there's always new things to discover, and dinosaurs are just endlessly fascinating to me. But maybe the thing that's always kept me interested is being able to get involved and actually do paleontology, and actually dig up dinosaurs and publish on them in the scientific literature and everything. That ability to get involved is what's kept me so interested in this stuff, you know? And also the idea that it's relevant to so many other things. I hope that's immediately obvious from the fact that I've been able to do these streams for coming up on 5 years now. There's always new things to talk about, there's always new discoveries being made, and there's always ways that you can relate it to just about anything. So we were talking about the fossil history of mammals during the age of dinosaurs, and that led us to discussions about the origin of snakes, and how snakes have evolved once, but legless lizards have evolved multiple times.
Murph gifted a tier 1 sub to our Coastal Roots.
Thank you, Murph. I appreciate your generosity. Enjoy the sub there, our Coastal Roots. No ads for you for the next month. Yeah. But yeah. My daughter's into dinosaurs, so I followed you the other day. Excellent. Well, shoot, there's there we go. The brain benefits of your child's dinosaur obsession. Anyway, yeah. Dinosaurs are particularly beneficial for cognitive development. A 2008 study found that sustained and intense interests, particularly in a conceptual domain like dinosaurs, can help children develop increased knowledge and persistence, better attention span, and deeper information processing skills. There's a link there. I feel like I'm advocating for your daughter, like, yeah, feed this dinosaur obsession that she has, because it's really good for her, you know? I'm not saying she's going to grow up to be a paleontologist, unless she also wants to take on a vow of poverty. But that interest in dinosaurs is going to help her later on in life. This is going to... If she's able to hold on to that same kind of passion and apply it to other things in life too, that's going to be a huge benefit to her, you know? Yeah. Anywho. And Nell says, so if whales and whale ancestors are identified by their ear bones, which tells, I should say, identify snakes and their snaky ancestors? It's a lot of the cranial stuff too. Not necessarily their ear bones, but their, well, to a certain extent maybe. Modern snakes hear through their lower jaw. That's why they don't have external ears. There's no ear hole on snakes today. So we see that in the lizard species that are leading up to the origin of snakes in the fossil record. Same with certain aspects of their cranial anatomy. So there's certain skull bones that are unique to snakes and snake ancestors. Only snake ancestors and snakes have those, which is how we can tell that that's how they evolved, you know? Anyway, let's get back to this right here.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
2 of the 3 biggest groups of snakes both have legs. We find fossils of 4-legged snakes. There are a number of features that make snakes unique from other lizards. This animal, the Sheltopusik, has none of them. If you would like, I'd be happy to make a video entirely about the unique features of snakes in the future, but for now, I'll name just a few. The eyelids of snakes are fused shut. These guys, on the other hand, have movable eyelids and blink. Snakes have an extremely kinetic skull. We have a full video on this.
Here we go.
Sheltopusik
So,
does not.
Yep.
Snakes have no...
So snakes, they can move their skull bones around a lot. You know how a snake can like unhinge their jaw? There's a whole complex set of things going on there in order to be able to unhinge your jaw and then kind of use those raking teeth to kind of pull your prey back. Like, it's really, really cool. Legless lizards do not have that. So yeah.
External ear openings. These do.
Yep.
Snakes have belly scoots. These do not. Snakes have overlapping scales. Not these guys. Snakes have long bodies and short tails. These guys have short bodies and long tails. It's even easy to see where the body ends and the tail begins by looking at the lateral groove down its side.
Oh, interesting. So there's the end of its body right there, and that's where the tail starts. Very different than on a snake. Snakes have got very short tails.
Unlike snakes, which are fairly soft to the touch, these guys are covered in rigid armor. Their skin is not stretchy like that of a snake. And the only reason that they can expand their armor to breathe or eat is because of that lateral groove. And it ends where the body ends and the tail begins. Anyway, they aren't snakes, but are they good pets? And is the European legless lizard the best pet lizard for you? To figure this out, we will need to score the European legless lizard, also known as the Sheltopusik, based on our 5 categories, which are handleability, care, hardiness, availability, and upfront costs. When it comes to handleability, we give the Sheltopusik a score of 3 out of 5. I would define their handleability as being fine. They aren't really fun to handle, as they're a bit of a handful. Though they can bite and they're hard, that isn't really the issue. I've never been bitten by one, though that may change today. The main thing is that they just don't seem to like being held. And they're not very flexible, so they don't hold on like snakes. Usually they're wiggling, hissing, mock striking, and death rolling to try to get away. And though mine aren't biters, some of them are. And where snakes generally have weak bite force due to their kinetic skulls, these guys eat snails. And they bite like an animal that eats snails.
Try to crack through snail shells. Anyway, interesting stuff. I'll give you a link to the rest of the video there. Yeah. And Emilith says snakes do like being held. Some of them do. Yeah. Like they'll kind of drape themselves over you, and they'll just go to sleep. Or they really enjoy that body heat that we give off. So some snakes, do get, like Lenina says, cuddly. Yeah. 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 Emily says weird. Snakes get such a bad rap. I feel like that's not surprising to somebody like me at all. Like, yeah, a lot of snakes, of course, they like being held. They like being around people. Sometimes, you know, if they're accustomed to the idea, if you're able to condition them to being held early on in their lives, then they're super chill. They're even like happy to be held. It's nice and warm. You know, they feel safe. I think so many people have got such a... I'm not saying you do, Emileth, but so many people that I encounter have got just really, really nasty attitude towards snakes. They're like, oh, snakes. They're a bad animal, right? I'm not supposed to like them. It reminds me of when I was... back when I was teaching full-time. Doing outdoor education. And I found one of my students found a garter snake out in the woods where we were hanging out that day. And then everybody ran over and they were all super excited to see this snake. And all of the kids wanted to hold it. These are all 4- and 5-year-old kids. And they're just super excited to spend some time with this snake and check it out, and, you know, see what it's all about. And then we had a parent show up early to pick up her kid. And she didn't want to go. She's like, no, I'm holding the snake. And her mom is terrified. She's like, why are you holding a snake? Put it down. Don't do that. And we're like, hey, cut it out. You know, me and my co-teacher were like, hey, she's having a cool learning experience right here. Don't instill negative feelings about animals in this kid. Don't do that. This is a magical moment here, and you're going to completely ruin it. And the mom didn't really listen. And the next day, you know, the student showed up, and she was like, I can't touch snakes anymore. My mom said I can't. She said snakes aren't good. And and she, like, didn't want to touch any other animals for the whole rest of the year. And it made me really upset. You know? Here was genuine enthusiasm and curiosity about the natural world, and her mom just basically beat that out of her. Because her own mom was afraid of snakes. And wanted to teach her that fear. So yeah, I don't know. I really like snakes. I think they're really cool. They're fascinating animals. And we're lucky to share this planet with them, you know? That's the attitude I try to have about all living things. And I hope that comes across on these streams, you know? Yeah. No, I'm not implying physical abuse. I'm implying that her mom told her to be afraid of snakes. And I generally think that most, generally and genuinely, think that most kids don't have an inborn fear of animals. Snakes or spiders or anything else like that. I think a lot of that fear and disgust is often taught to them by the adults in their lives, particularly their parents. And that's why education is so important, you know? Yeah. I was remembering a story of, this would have been, what, like 2012, I think. I was doing field work with Denver Fowler up at Hell Creek State Park, north of Jordan, Montana. We were out there digging up dinosaurs that summer. But in order to be in this particular area, we had to stay at a campground. And we were the only people there who had tents. Everybody else had these giant, multi-$100,000 RVs. Mostly fifth wheels, actually, like gigantic trailers, bigger than my whole apartment. I'm like, oh, big tough guy. You know, look at me, my big fifth wheel, my giant truck, that kind of thing. And there was a garter snake that got into, that's where it lives. It was doing its thing, and then this guy decided to go over and just kill it with a shovel in front of his kid. His kid was like playing with this garter snake. He's like, get away! And he just killed the snake with this shovel. And I was mad. Denver was furious. And he just tore into this guy. In front of his wife and his kid. And I'm pretty sure he made the guy cry, and it serves him right. You know? He's like, what are you doing? Like, this is this animal's home. It's not dangerous. You're trying to show yourself that show everybody you're a big man. Like, no, you just killed a defenseless animal. This is the sort of lesson you're teaching your child? Like, he really lit into him. And it was, yeah, I always admire Denver for that. Hope it's okay I'm telling this story. But yeah. I hope that guy would think twice about doing that kind of thing again. Anyhow, needed a new one. There you go, Coconut. Yeah. Anyway, it's important to appreciate and respect animals. I think it says a lot about a human being how they treat animals. Not just other people, but other critters too. Animals and plants and other organisms. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Gojira. Well, yeah, I think it... You kind of know what I mean, though. There's like an archetype about this sort of thing, Gojira. But yeah. And Gojira says, my wife gets mildly annoyed when I stop in the summer to get snakes off the road. I appreciate you for that, Gojira. Big paleo salute to that. That's why I keep a snake stick in the back of my car. Because sometimes there's snakes on the road, and it's like, I want to move them before they get run over. It's always important to do that, I think. You know? So yeah. 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 Natural habitat. Very cool. Our coastal roots. Yeah. Yeah. Cosmic Segan wants to know, were there bigger snakes in the past than we have today? Yes, absolutely. There was a time in Earth history called the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum. That was right about here. So after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for a handful of bird species, between the Paleocene and Eocene stages in the Cenozoic, the age of mammals, right around here you've got this Earth's temperatures peak. There's basically no ice anywhere on the whole planet. Sea levels are really high, and you've got tropical environments going all the way north into like northern Alaska. There are palm trees and crocodiles in the Yukon and in northern Alaska at the time. Hothouse Earth at this time. And there are some reptiles that get really, really big, including some really big snakes. Critters like Titanoboa. Here's another PBS Eons video about this. We're full circle back to PBS Eons. There's some other... Well, here, maybe I'll just get you started with this first. Different video from Smithsonian Channel. We'll see if this is any good.
This is a pretty incredible experience.
All right. Let's get to it, shall we?
A lost world of giants, 60 million years old.
Sorry, there's no closed captions here.
Ruled by a slithering monarch of unbelievable size. It sounds like fantasy, but it's not. This world was once here. Among these seams of coal lies the evidence.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime discovery. It really
There's
is.
Jason Head there. Yeah.
A treasure trove of fossils.
So he was at Berkeley at the same time that I was there, when I was in high school, and he was, I think, a PhD student.
A terrifying stealth killer, straight from our darkest nightmares.
You make a discovery, you know that it's going to be something that everyone knows about.
Yeah.
It's the biggest of its kind ever to live.
We're absolutely ecstatic. We were giddy schoolboys.
This mighty predator dominated, then disappeared. Now, science is bringing it back.
Wow.
This is Titanoboa.
Yeah. Cool stuff. That is the largest snake that we have thus far. Yeah. Here's a link. This is a whole 53-minute documentary here about it. It seems a little sensationalistic. I haven't seen the whole thing yet, but There's also a PBS Eons episode about that I'll link to you right here. So there we go, yeah. Yeah. It's now the second largest snake as of this year. Is that right now? Huh. Who's bigger then? Yeah. Vasuki indicus. Really? 10 to 15 meters long. Interesting now. Huh. That's interesting. I haven't heard about this. Oh, wait. No, maybe I have. Yeah, okay. I remember this. This was kind of a big deal when it came out. Let's see. The upper bounds of the length estimates would make Vasuki the longest snake ever discovered. I don't think it's as robust as Titanoboa, though, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Size comparison of largest snakes. Titanoboa and... Yeah, so it wouldn't be the biggest in terms of mass, but it would maybe be the biggest in terms of length. Is this also from the... Oh, it's from the Middle Eocene. Well, well, well. After the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, presumably. Huh. Slightly after. Pretty neat. When was the PETM? What's the time? PETM. It peaks where... Okay, like early Eocene. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Around 55.8 million years ago. And lasted about 200,000 years. Huh. Anyway, cool. And Titanoboa is Miocene. I thought it was Paleocene, Jim. Is that right? How you doing, Jim, by the way? Good to see you. Yeah, Titanoboa snake that lived in the middle and late Paleocene. Yeah, I remember talking with Jason Head about this back when I was in high school, when he was at Berkeley. I don't remember if he was a student there at the time or if he was just like on an extended collections visit. But I had some really good conversations with him. And that was important to me, especially at that really early stage. Yeah. But yeah, this says Titanoboa is Paleocene. Anyway, we've got, once again, Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland there in the chat. Jim, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. But yeah, they set a Hon formation. Geology, what's the age? Mid to late Paleocene, 60 to 58 million years ago. I thought it was with the giant turtle, my mistake. Oh, no worries, Jim, yeah. Shit happens to me all the time, as you well know. But yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this, this thing about mammals here. Or, you know what, maybe this is a nice opportunity to talk about Titanoboa. We'll watch the PBS Eons video here. We'll talk about the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum. And, what this might portend for big reptiles going forward, given current rates of global warming.
59 million years ago, the rainforest of Colombia was full of giants. It wasn't long after the extinction that ended the reign of the non-avian dinosaurs. And the fauna in this part of South America were already starting to get big again. In this lush, swampy ecosystem, there were huge turtles, way bigger than the largest members of their group today. And there were specialized fish eaters with long, narrow snouts.
Oh, this sounds familiar. Where have we seen that before, chat? Specialized fish eaters with long, narrow snouts. Where have we seen this recently? I feel like Dora the Explorer right now. Oh, it's behind you, Danny! Behind you! Right there. I haven't even gotten a chance to show this off yet today. But, yeah, holy cow. Our, Jim, did I show you this? Just finished assembling this yesterday. This is Gavialis gengeticus, Indian gharial right here. Yeah. I put this on the dinner table last night, and Lordy and Ios and I had frozen pizza for dinner. And I wanted to take a picture of one of those small frozen pizzas next to this to just, you know, try and make it look even bigger. But yeah, it's I'm pretty proud of this.
But in the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Thank you for the follow there, Mac Attack 557. Good to have you here. Whoops. You might want to stand clear of this for the time being, Sweetie Pie. I might be moving around a bit. There we go. That works. How you doing, sweetie? Yeah. And what critter is that skull plane shifter in? It's a gharial. We talked all about these guys yesterday as I was assembling this. Gharial is a slender-snouted crocodilian from South Asia. From India. Historically, they also lived in Nepal, Bhutan, I think parts of China. Nowadays, I think they might be entirely restricted to India. But yeah, there we go. Fort Worth Zoo. There's some gharial hatchlings. They are super, super cool, and they are almost entirely piscivorous. Fish are pretty much the only thing that they'll eat. I mean, I guess they'll occasionally eat other things too, but they're specially adapted for eating fish. They are like obligate piscivores. And there's a mama gharial with a whole bunch of babies on her back. What's really cool is that the adults, the mothers will play babysitter for all of the hatchlings in the area, so they kind of look after each other's kids. It's pretty neat. Anywho, good stuff. Sweetie Pie, you're back. How are you doing? You really don't have anything else better going on right now? There's no important meetings you have to attend? Are you done with those for now? Yeah? Well, you're on holiday break, huh? Okay. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, there were similar crocs during this time in Colombia.
Crocodile relatives that were every bit as long as today's biggest saltwater crocs. But the largest animal lurking in that ancient forest, like by far, was Titanoboa, the largest snake ever known. At 13 meters, is about twice the size of the biggest snakes alive today. It was like 7 of me long. And me has a lot of questions about this thing. Like, why can't I have one anymore? Because it sounds really cool and I got mice in my attic. But also, where did it come from? Is it related to any living snake species? And how did it live? What did it eat? How does a snake that big actually work? But the biggest question for me has just been about its bigness. Like, what allowed this snake to grow to nearly twice the size of any snake we know today? Well, it seems Titanoboa was truly a product of its environment, specifically of the climate that it lived in. It's only been in the past few years that we've put together the many pieces of this puzzling creature, but it turns out that the greatest snake that the world ever saw was made possible by a warming planet.
Yep.
The story of Titanoboa's discovery begins in the early 2000s, when a geology student on a field trip found several fossil leaves at a site called Cerrejón, a large coal mine in Colombia near the border with Venezuela. And those fossil leaves were so fascinating that they attracted researchers who ended up leading a series of expeditions that lasted more than a decade. On those digs, scientists found a treasure trove of plant fossils, including things like early beans, bananas, and chocolate plants, relatives of the plants that still live in South America today. The fossils of Cerrejón provided us with a snapshot of a world that no longer exists, the earliest recorded neotropical rainforest, dating back 58 million to 60 million years ago. And during one of these expeditions, another kind of fossil was found that raised a lot of questions. Not from a plant, but an animal. It was a strange-looking vertebra, one that resembled the same bone from an anaconda, but way bigger. This single bone would turn out to be the first evidence of a truly massive snake. In time, researchers would collect over 100 fossil remains of ribs, vertebrae, and even parts of the skull, representing 28 individual snakes of this species. And those vertebrae can tell you a lot about a snake because if snakes have anything, it's a lot of backbone. And scientists could tell from the pattern of features on these vertebrae, like the position of certain holes and ridges, that it belonged to a member of the family known as Boidae, which includes all of the boas. Now, there aren't many fossils of boas older than Titanoboa, which is...
So I think anacondas are outside of this group. I'm pretty sure anyway. So, yeah, even though it might seem pretty similar to like what you would imagine an anaconda to be like, it's not really the same kind of critter. Yeah. Yeah.
Is about 59 million years old. But based on what we know about their evolutionary relationships with other reptiles, we think that snakes evolved from a four-limbed ancestor sometime before the Middle Jurassic period, 167 million years ago.
Before the
some
Middle
of the
Jurassic.
earliest fossils that we'd call snakes based on their skulls probably still had limbs. So figuring out what counts as an early snake is complicated. And in fact, living boas, as well as pythons, actually have vestigial hind limbs called spurs, evolutionary relics of this tetrapod ancestor. We don't know if Titanoboa had spurs, but given that all of its living relatives do, it's possible. But still, living boids never get anywhere near as big as Titanoboa. Based on the dimensions of its vertebrae, as well as on the sizes of living boa species, experts estimate that it reached lengths just under 13 meters. That's as long as the largest T-Rex.
Which is pretty darn cool to think about, you know? It's got a much smaller head than Tyrannosaurus, of course. But, yeah, in overall length, it's about the same. It's got far less mass, too. But, yeah.
Now, by comparison, the longest snake around today, the reticulated python, is usually around 7 meters, with some outliers stretching out as much as 9 meters. Based on its length, researchers have also been able to estimate the mass of Titanoboa, and it likely tipped the scales at around 1,135 kilograms, which is about the same as a bull bison or an adult male giraffe.
That's pretty cool that you've got a snake that big and that heavy. Anyway, I'm going to give you a link so you can watch the rest of this if you're curious. And we'll get back to where we were talking about mammals. Also a video from PBS Eons. They get a lot of coverage on this channel, don't they? Here we go. Let's go back to the beginning for this one. Because we've had new people come in and we've not yet seen this video in its entirety. It just came out a month ago, and this might be a good source of clips for explaining certain concepts when they come up as questions. So let's do that.
In 2003, a fossil was discovered in an ancient lake bed in what's now China. It was almost a complete skeleton about the size of a platypus with teeth that resembled a seal's. And in the rock surrounding it, there was a shadow. That shadow was the preserved impression of skin and other soft tissue, including a furry pelt, webbed feet, and a paddle-shaped tail. It looked like a typical aquatic mammal, the kind you might see near a river or lake today. But this creature lived in the Jurassic period, 164 million years ago, and it wasn't technically a mammal. It was a mammaliaform, part of the group that includes mammals and our ancient relatives. And for a long time, scientists had thought of the mammaliaforms that lived during the Mesozoic era as small shrew-like insectivore generalists scurrying in the shadows of the dinosaurs. But this discovery complicated the history of mammaliaforms. It painted a picture of their explosive diversification, their mysterious disappearance, and how our own ancestors might have survived thanks to a leg up from some leafy allies.
Interesting stuff. Again, I wanted to set this up for everybody who just kind of waltzed in here.
Now, we know that placental mammals like us humans belong to a group called Eutheria, while marsupials like kangaroos and koalas belong to a group called Metatheria. Eutherians and Metatherians share a more recent common ancestor than other mammal groups, so together we're referred to as therians. And monotremes, like the platypus and echidna, are our next closest living relatives.
So again, let me outline this concept for you using our tree of life. Different perspective over here. Let's go to mammals. Sometimes repetition is one of the keys to really understanding a concept. Sometimes repetition is one of the keys to really understanding a concept. And so here we've got mammals. You've got the monotremes over here. These are the egg-laying mammals. And then you've got therians. Therians include the marsupials and the placentals. Most of the mammals that you think of are going to be placentals. Unless maybe you're from Australia. We've got a lot of marsupials there. But anyway, the therian mammals. We're going to be talking about mammals that are even more primitive than the monotremes, earlier diverging, and then things that aren't even true mammals. Things that branch off before you get the ancestor of the monotremes, marsupials, and placentals. Before their common ancestor, you had other groups splitting off and doing their thing. And that's, I think, what part of what this video is about.
Therians, monotremes, and all the animals back to our most recent common ancestor form what's called the crown mammal group. The mammaliaforms are basically one more step removed from there. It's the group that includes crown mammals and their most recent common ancestor, plus all the mammal-like animals that are more closely related to mammals than they are to anything else.
So yeah, we often call these stem mammals. Sorry, my mind was elsewhere right there. Did he use the phrase stem mammal? I don't think he did, but yeah. So these guys would be stem mammals.
Fury on modern man and his puny machine.
Calamity Jane, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Untamed Gorilla. I appreciate your follow too. Great username. Good to have you here.
It's the group that includes crown mammals and their most recent common ancestor, plus all the mammal-like animals that are more closely related to mammals than they are to anything else. The common ancestor of the mammaliaforms would have looked something like Morganucodon, a small insect-eating generalist that scurried through the undergrowth of the late Triassic.
Yeah, we were talking about this. Here's my 3D printed
and the descendants of the mammaliaforms
I sculpted this guy too.
Would eventually give rise to our mammal ancestors, which were also small insectivores. For a long time, it was thought that all Mesozoic mammaliaforms were built like this because of the imposing ecological presence of the dinosaurs. Many thought it wasn't until the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction that space was freed up for the mammals to adapt to new niches. But mammaliaforms were rare in the fossil record, and paleontologists were lucky to find more than a few teeth or parts of a jaw. So this hypothesis wasn't exactly based on a ton of material.
Well, I mean, the lack of material kind of was the basis for that hypothesis, right? That these critters were not super common, that they weren't major components of these ecosystems, stuff like that. A lot of that could be sampling bias. You actually like screen wash a lot of this stuff and you'll start finding new species left and right. Like Rich Cifelli was doing in the Mustn't Touch It member of the Cedar Mountain Formation, like we talked about a couple weeks ago. Yeah. Paleo Jim says Heremaids are a pretty diverse group of proto-mammals, and they're really neat. Let's see if... Yeah. There we go, the Heremaids. These guys. Pretty neat. In fact, they're probably going to come up in this video, I presume. Yeah.
Occasionally, more substantial fossils were uncovered, but even they were mostly tiny, like the genus from China known as Zhanghatherium. And while it's true that most mammaliaforms did fit this description, a site in northern China has recently flipped the script. There, layers of Jurassic lake sediment and volcanic ash deposits have preserved the fossils of a huge variety of organisms. And that's where our mysterious paddle-tailed mammaliaform was discovered.
Nice.
It belonged to an ancient group called the Docodonts, and was named Castorocata, from castor meaning beaver.
Yeah, Castorocata. That means beaver tail. Have you ever heard of castor oil? Castor oil might actually come from beavers, or at least it's named after beavers. It might be made from beavers, I'm not sure. And cauda means tail, like caudal vertebrae, or your tail vertebrae. This is one of those things that again and again and again, when you learn these terms and you start to, They're like old friends. You recognize them in places, and you're like, oh yeah, I know what that root word means. So even if you've never heard this name, Castorocata, before, you go, oh, that means beaver tail. And immediately, you've got kind of a mental picture of what the critter might look like. That's a good scientific name, as it kind of, you know, it tells you what the thing is.
Beaver, and kata meaning tail, after its, well, beaver-shaped tail. Measuring at least 42.5 centimeters long and weighing up to 800 grams, it may not have been huge by our standards, but it's the biggest Jurassic mammaliform ever found. Castorocata also sported the oldest evidence of a furry pelt, which indicates it was warm-blooded. This suggests that some of the characteristics we associate with crowned mammals are actually ancestral traits that existed long before we emerged.
Pretty cool. That's a really neat insight, actually. And castor oil comes from a bean or seed. We might be talking about two different things, Cosmic Seeker. Let's see. Castor oil is a vegetable oil pressed from castor beans, not to be confused with castoreum. There we go, which is a yellowish exudate from the castor sacs of mature beavers, used in combination with urine to scent mark their territory. Yeah, okay. I'm glad we were able to clear that up. It was originally used for vanilla flavoring, where vanilla couldn't be afforded, really.
We came in search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
Suave Space Noid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. 8-Bit Noise, hello, hello. Suave Space Noid, how are you doing? I hope you had an excellent stream. Thanks for bringing everybody over here. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. And Dory Dreamweaver, hello to you. Eyeless Raven, hello, hello. Thanks for raiding in. Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. We're talking about kind of the early fossil history of mammals and mammal ancestors right now during the age of dinosaurs. But yeah, we're gonna have Thursday BIRDSday in a little bit, and yeah, we're having a good time. It's our final stream of the week here, so you came in at an excellent time, Suave Space. So no coelacanth facts today? If you want coelacanth facts, then I implore you to drop by on December 23rd, because it is all coelacanths all day that day. It's Fishmas Day on December 23rd, because that is the day that Marjorie Courtney Latimer discovered the coelacanth near New London, South Africa. So yeah, I will bring everyone. Yes, indeed. Shoot. And would you like to see a coelacanth real quick? Have you seen my big 3D printed coelacanth, Suave Space Noid? Because I can go pull it off of its mount on the wall and show you. Here. As a thank you for your raid, let me bring the coelacanth over. Here. There we go. Here is my 3D printed coelacanth. Latimeria chelumna, named after Marjorie Courtney Latimer and the Chelumna River, the mouth of which this fish was caught near by fishing boat captain Hendrik Goosen on December 23rd, 1938. Yeah. This is printed at about Well, a little bit less than life size, I suppose. And 8-bit noise, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I have a 6-inch model. Oh, very cool. Swap Space Noid, awesome. I love coelacanths, and we're gonna have a whole big celebration. Celebration? Fishmas is December 23rd. I even designed and screen printed myself a new t-shirt design this year to celebrate Fishmas. Let me go grab that too and I'll show you.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Murph gifted a deal once.
Thank you, Murph, for gifting Eyeless Raven. I appreciate that. Here we go. My, Fishmas t-shirt. I'll be wearing this on Fishmas Day. I wore it to the holiday party at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, right down the road from where I live. Because we've got some fish researchers there, and they definitely got a kick out of it. Yeah. And one more coelacanth thing, if you're not tired of it yet. I baked some coelacanth cookies with a 3D printed cookie cutter that I made. And, yeah, after having been frosted, they look like this. Yeah. Anyway, we're all about coelacanths here. Did you know that when you were asking about coelacanths? Did you have an inkling, or was that just something that you said kind of out of the blue? Perhaps, says Swab Space Noid. Well, you've come to the right place. Yeah. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And XVR says another thought to be extinct fish was just rediscovered in the Great Lakes. Did you hear about it? I did not. Do you have a link? Whoa. Great Lakes fish, thought extinct for decades, rediscovered in an unexpected place. I did not hear about this. Native Great Lakes whitefish, thought extinct for nearly 40 years, has been rediscovered by scientists in the wrong Great Lake. The short-nosed cisco was once abundant on the Great Lakes, but overfishing and invasive species such as sea lamprey, zebra, and quagga mussels, alewives, and round gobies dwindled the fish's numbers and disrupted its habitat. Yeah. Was it thought extinct or just extirpated? No, I guess they thought it was completely gone. Huh. Interesting. Let's look these guys up on the Tree of Life, shall we? I'm gonna jump from mammals to... No, whoops. That's not what I wanted. Short-nosed cisco. There we go. And evening to you too, Isolated. Hello, hello. There we go. Critically endangered. I think this one has been, yeah. Coregonus alpinae. This might be the same one that we're talking about. Yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. I'm gonna have to read more about this. This is pretty neat. Yeah. Not as earth-shattering as this discovery of the coelacanth, but still really encouraging that this fish that we thought was recently extinct has been discovered alive. Very cool. Very, very cool. The thing that made the coelacanth so special is that it was only known from fossils, and it was extinct. It was assumed that it had gone extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period, alongside all of the dinosaurs except for a handful of birds. So yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Anyhow. Squiggle says, I love when we find an animal escaped from extinction, even a recently lost animal. Yeah, me too. Anywho. Let's continue with this video that we were looking at about these kind of stem mammals during the Mesozoic, mammal and proto-mammal groups that didn't make it through the extinction event. Here.
But its size and its fur are only part of what made this fossil so special. Castorocata was a far cry from a tiny scurrying generalist. With its web feet, paddle tail, and teeth adapted for catching fish, the scientists who described it recognized it as a semi-aquatic specialist. And this pushed the emergence of the first aquatic mammaliaforms back by over 100 million years, which meant the mammaliaforms were developing specialized traits much earlier than we thought, despite the supposedly restrictive presence of the dinosaurs. And it soon became clear that Castorocata wasn't the only fuzzy innovator in this fossil deposit. Over the next few years, scientists began uncovering more evidence that they'd been kind of wrong about these ancient critters. Mammaliaforms had actually experienced a period of major ecological radiation. And not only that, this radiation revealed fast rates of evolutionary change that peaked in the mid-Jurassic. But why? What caused it? Well, when separate lineages start...
Hang on a second. Pope 20232 says, did you know eyeballs are evolved from eyeballs? Not sure I know what you mean by that, Pope. But yeah. The fossil history of eyeballs is actually really, really interesting. Yeah. Eyeballs themselves are not easy to fossilize at all, but we can kind of track their evolution over time by looking at orbits in different critters, the eye sockets, looking at endocasts, like, the interiors of brain cases to figure out like where the optic nerves come out and that kind of thing. It's interesting stuff. And then one way to actually investigate the evolution of eyes is to look at DNA in different animals, to kind of like track how these things have changed. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
To radiate at the same time, it suggests that something is going on in the environment that benefits multiple groups. During this time, Pangea was in the process of breaking up, which transformed ecosystems. And scientists soon realized that this breakup gave dogodonts and other groups the chance to radiate into new niches and develop brand new adaptations, like the tunneling docophosor with its sprawling limbs and paws like a mole's for shoveling earth.
And fossor means burrower or digger right there. So that's another one of those root words that you see again and again in these different groups of animals. This guy looks so derpy.
Or the squirrel-like sap-eating Agilodocodon with its curved claws and flexible elbow, wrist, and ankle joints for climbing.
That's such a funny reconstruction of this animal right here. I like that a lot. Agilodocodon. We'll find some other reconstructions of it that aren't going to be as derpy. Here. Agilodocodon. There we go. That one's not quite as derpy. Nor is this one. So, the way that you reconstruct different critters like this, yeah, you can make them look more or less goofy depending on how you portray them, I guess, you know? Yeah. So if you see a reconstruction of an extinct animal and you're like, that thing looks ridiculous. Before you draw conclusions about, hey, this is a ridiculous animal or whatever, look up some other images of it. Because different paleo artists are going to have different takes on it, different ways to reconstruct it. Yeah. And it might be something real subtle that makes it look super doofy. Yeah. Anywho.
Members of another mammaliaform group, Heremaidia, were also getting in on the action. The fossilized imprint of skin membranes stretching between their limbs indicates that these animals could glide from tree to tree. In addition to the environmental change, this mammaliaform radiation might have also been a result of good timing. Because ever since the Triassic, mammaliaform groups had been gaining adaptations like fur, warm-bloodedness, lactation, and modifications to the jaw and inner ear, sometimes convergently. Developing this critical mass of advantageous traits could have made it easier for them to explore new environments and adapt to specialized roles. Now, the ancestors of crown mammals were also a part of this mid-Jurassic radiation, but while they saw a major increase
Is this Juramiah right here? I think I recognize that critter.
in species diversity, they stayed shrew-like. For example, the late Jurassic Juramiah, another mammal from that lake bed formation and the earliest known Therian. If Juramiah wasn't our direct ancestor, it was at least a close relative, and would have looked a lot like our Jurassic ancestors. So if other mammaliaforms weren't nearly as constrained by dinosaurs as we thought, why did our ancestors stay so small? Well, a recent study found that other mammaliaforms actually had a greater role in suppressing the diversification of the Therians than the dinosaurs did.
Yeah, but what suppressed their, increase in size? Why are they, without exception, smaller than like a medium-sized dog also,
Because of their good timing. Those mammaliaforms had shown up on the scene earlier than the crown mammals and occupied the available specialist niches before Therians had a chance to compete. Now, that doesn't mean that the dinosaurs had no influence. As far as we know, they did prevent ancient mammaliaforms from ever getting bigger than a hefty house cat. But it goes both ways. The presence of mammaliaforms in these smaller-bodied roles would have also limited the ability of dinosaurs to exploit those same niches.
Maybe? I mean, that might be also the wrong way of looking at it, because in a way, it could also be dinosaurs preventing dinosaurs from occupying those small niches. If some recent ideas, like Andrea Cow's idea about dinosaurs like compsognathids actually just being the juveniles of larger-bodied dinosaurs, things like allosaurids and megalosaurs and stuff like that, then it could be that dinosaurs are just occupying a whole bunch of different niches per species. So it might be completely the wrong way to think about this idea. It's a very mammal-centric way of thinking about this. We're like, oh, well, you're only occupying that niche if the adult form is occupying that niche. It's like, that's not how dinosaurs did things, it seems. You could have just different niches being occupied at different ontogenetic stages. It's something we've talked about a lot on this channel. But anyway, yeah. Anywho, Jim says sprawling gait. Oh, is that what makes this guy look kind of derpy here? I agree. That's part of it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Jim says mammals nocturnal or burrowing also. That's one of those things that I wonder about. And I've had conversations with Tony Martin about this. That it's often been stated that little Mesozoic mammals and mammal ancestors and things were nocturnal, only coming out at night, just sleeping in burrows during the day or something. But being an animal that's active all the time, underground, can offer a lot of the same adaptations. Things like enlarged eyes for being able to see not just at night out in the open, but during the day when you're down in your burrow too. Or even at night being in a burrow. Whiskers, like, oh yeah, well, they help you navigate at night. You can feel around with them. They also help you navigate in the darkness of a burrow. So fossil reality and nocturnality, it seems kind of difficult to divorce those things, to tell them apart when we're looking at morphologies of animals, you know? So I wonder about that, you know? See better at night being colorblind. Yeah, or see better in a burrow being colorblind. Yeah. We've talked about that many times here on this channel, Jim. The idea that most mammals today are dull colored. Most mammals are brown or gray or grayish brown or brownish gray or black or kind of a brownish orange or blackish gray or orangish gray. Most mammals are colorblind. They've got a surfeit of rods in their eyes, but very few cones. Rods are for perception of light. Cones are for perception of color. And so, chat, this is... like, why did mammals lose the ability to see in color when presumably their ancestors had it? Why are most mammals, even today, still colorblind? And as a result, pretty dull colored. If they can't perceive color and show off to each other with color, then they're not really going to be very colorful animals. Think about how colorful most birds are compared to most mammals, you know? And the kind of general consensus is it's because of dinosaurs. During the age of dinosaurs, mammals were either mostly coming out at night or mostly living in burrows, but either way, they're surviving in darkness and trying to navigate a world of darkness for the most part. So light perception, night vision is really important to them. So they emphasize those rods, got rid of most of the cones in their eyes, and most mammals today are still largely colorblind as a result. What a lot of people forget is that the history of mammals is 2/3 of it is during the Mesozoic era, during the age of the dinosaurs. Mammals have only been out from under the boot of dinosaurs since 66 million years ago. The Cenozoic right here, the age of mammals, is a lot shorter than the age of the dinosaurs. If the first true mammals evolve in like the earliest Jurassic, that seems to be the current consensus, then yeah, that's a long time right there. They had to kind of bide their time until the disappearance of the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. The majority of mammal evolution happened in the shadow of the dinosaurs. Hence the color blindness that sticks around to this day, you know? Hasn't been that long that mammals have had free reign to do what they want, so to speak. So yeah. And Jim says no light in deep burrows. Exactly. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And do other primates have color vision similar to ours? A lot of them do, Emilith, and that is something we've re-evolved. Primates, their ancestors, like other mammals, were colorblind, essentially. They could perceive a few colors, like dogs can see a few colors. Here. But a lot of other colors they really just can't perceive. Here, let's take a look at this.
Until relatively recently, it was thought that dogs could only see in black and white. Today, we know that dogs not only see in colour, but they can differentiate between many of them without problem. To elaborate further, Animal Wise reviews some of the most recent scientific studies which explain a dog's vision and how they see colour. Although a dog's primary senses are smell and hearing, vision also plays an important role in canine communication. It also helps in satisfying their most basic needs. However, their vision is not the same as that of a human being. There are 3 types of photoreceptor cone cells in the human eye, giving us trichromatic vision. We have a sensitivity to the colors red, green, and blue. Dogs only have 2 types of cone cell, meaning they have dichromatic vision. They are sensitive to blue and yellow colors only. This does not mean their vision is deficient. They are excellent night hunters and have a superior visual acuity, particularly in their perception of movement. According to several studies, the dog is able to distinguish several shades of blue, yellow, and grey. On the other hand, they are not able to distinguish green, red, pink, or purple. It is interesting to note that many pet products have red colour designs, even though dogs can't perceive it. This is because the colours are chosen to appeal to human consumers.
That's funny to think about. But anyway, you get that the dichromatic versus trichromatic versus tetrachromatic. So we, as human beings, we look at, you know, the colors that dogs can perceive and we go, shoot, you're missing so many colors there. You don't have as many kinds of color perception cells in your eyes as we do. A bird could say the same thing to us. Birds and crocodiles and other sauropsids, reptiles, and various other kinds of bony fishes, they've got tetrachromatic vision. They can see colors that we can't really even imagine. They can see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. So dinosaurs would have been able to perceive more colors than we can. We, as human beings, even though we have what we consider color vision, we're still beholden to that legacy of when mammals lost a lot of their color vision during the Mesozoic. In our branch on the mammal family tree, primates have only recently re-evolved the ability to see color. Like Jim was saying, probably for something to do with like being able to pick out the ripest kinds of fruits that would have proffered a survival advantage, and that would be a gene that would be selected for, you know, more color sensitive cells in our eyes. So yeah, but even we are not necessarily playing with a full deck there. We're still missing some of those color sensitive cells that other critters had. And that's because of that time when mammals were mostly scurrying around at night or in burrows or both during the age of the dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah.
And our ancestors were perfectly suited to the insectivore niche they occupied, which may have been their saving grace for the changes that were to come. After all, there's a reason that we're here now. So why did our ancestors survive while other mammaliforms didn't? Trying to figure out how, when, and why most of the others disappeared is challenging. Because we can't identify a line in the fossil record with diverse mammaliform remains on one side and only therians and monotremes on the other. Even with all the new discoveries.
And Casey Snowart, hello to you too. We think birds are more sensitive for what reason? Plumage or mating to space? No. Birds have got tetrachromatic vision because that's the default. That's the baseline. Birds have that, fishes have that, amphibians, reptiles have that. Mammal ancestors used to have that. Presumably, things like, mammal ancestors like, for instance, Dimetrodon and its kin. These, like, Permian synapsids, presumably they had tetrachromatic vision, too. It was only lost by the mammal line during the age of the dinosaurs, when these critters were basically nocturnal or burrow-dwelling for, 100 million years, So we are the odd ones out as mammals. Almost everybody else has got better color vision than we do. Yeah. No, and I appreciate your question there, Casey Snowart. Yeah. Anywho. So it's not like birds evolved a special kind of super tetrachromatic color vision. I don't think that's the case. It's just that's the baseline, that's the default. And we as mammals lost that ability during the Mesozoic.
Mammaliform fossils are still relatively rare, and when they do turn up, It's usually only teeth. But those teeth allow us to identify which group these critters belong to and draw conclusions about their lifestyle, distribution, and diversity at different times. For example, from the mid to late Jurassic, about 175 to 145 million years ago, there are teeth belonging to all kinds of mammaliforms in the fossil record. But around this time, many mammaliforms were also starting to experience a decline. This decline was not marked by a destructive cataclysm, but instead by a gradual two-phase process. A study analyzing mammaliform fossil distribution throughout the Mesozoic found that they first experienced a restriction in range. And then, during the Cretaceous, around 125 million years ago, the record reveals a decrease in species richness. During this time, in most areas, two types of teeth replaced all the others in the fossil record. The first type were similodont molars, belonging to the multituberculates, a rat-like group of crayon mammals whose teeth mark them as plant eaters. The second type were tribosphenic molars. These are the kind of molars you have, and they're the kind of molars ancestral placentals and marsupials had. Studies indicate that this kind of tooth has a greater capacity to evolve into varied forms than some of the other tooth types.
It's so funny that it's all about teeth with mammals. Of course, it's always all about teeth. But yeah, teeth are the most... Mammal paleontologists pretty much all agree, especially if they're working in the Mesozoic, that teeth are the most interesting and most important part of the mammal. You could almost think of Mesozoic mammals as just being this vehicle piloted by the teeth, you know? It's like teeth are the most important part, and everything else is just kind of along for the ride, you know? And Random says teeth leave easy records. No one finds preserved stomachs. Absolutely, yeah. No, that's part of it is preservation, and also, but you also have other parts of the mammal too. You know, you've got lots and lots of other bones that can be preserved, but they tend not to be diagnostic. The teeth are the part of the mammal that evolved the fastest. They tell you about the animal's diet. They can tell you the most information about its phylogeny, about its ecology. Yeah, that's the part of the mammal that you want to find. The teeth and often the jaws. The teeth also tend to be the most resilient part of the whole skeleton too. A femur can break apart. Mammals tend to be very small during the Mesozoic. Their bones are very delicate. But the teeth, with all of this super hard enamel that they have on them, it makes them more resilient, easier to fossilize, just tougher overall, you know? After the rest of the mammal gets obliterated, the teeth might still be there. And if you're lucky, maybe a jaw as well. So yeah. And iBanovator says, I just read somewhere the fourth cone for tetrachromacy is orange, but isn't orange already red plus yellow? No, so as I understand it, it's not really the way to think about it, like one kind of cone per color. I think that might be an oversimplification. I'm pretty sure critters that have tetrachromatic vision, they can see into the ultraviolet spectrum. So they can see colors that we don't have words for because we can't see them, you know? So it's like unnamed stuff in the ultraviolet spectrum. That's my understanding anyway. I'm not a color scientist. I'm not a chromatic researcher. But that's... yeah, that's how I understand it. But yeah. Hope to genetically define natural death, says Random 4D2. Don't get your hopes up about that. Shoot. A lot of that stuff is pseudoscience. But yeah. Anyway, welcome, Random 4D2. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So far, so good. Well, I hope your successful streak continues. I'll say that. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with our mammals here.
And in the late Cretaceous, they took on a form that could cut, pierce, and chew exoskeletons. These were the teeth of a small, insectivorous generalist. This change coincided with the
Blurple. I like that,
Cretaceous terrestrial revolution, a time of ecological upheaval that lasted from 125 to 80 million years ago. It was an event that would alter ecosystems forever: the spread of flowering plants. Flowering plants, or angiosperms, made up less than 5% of terrestrial plant species at the start of the period. But by the end of the Cretaceous, they dominated the land, comprising over 80% of terrestrial plant species.
Yep, so the rise of the angiosperms is one of these huge, huge events in Earth history. The vast majority of plant species around today are angiosperms. They dominate Earth floras today. They didn't exist before the Cretaceous period. Angiosperms, the flowering plants, show up sometime in the early Cretaceous. It's kind of debated exactly when. But yeah.
As flowering plants spread, small insect-eating mammals were in the perfect position to take advantage of the insect pollinators that diversified in response to this expanding niche. The ability of angiosperms to outcompete other plants in many regions even helped them make the climate more humid, expanding the world's wet tropical habitats, which began to spread into what's now North America and Eurasia. And mammals' ability to climb trees and travel across uneven terrain likely helped them to navigate the spreading tropical forests. At the same time, the growing abundance of fleshy fruit and seeds provided new nutritional opportunities for the herbivorous multituberculates. And their high energy needs may have driven them to compete more fiercely for resources. Such a dramatic change.
Oh, Jim says about the rise of flowering plants, angiosperms, they do not appear in Utah before about 115 million years ago, but they were as early as 125 million years ago in Asia, but they were rare. Yeah, I think I remember seeing illustrations of like an early, super early angiosperm, and it almost looks like a water lily or something like that. Might have been aquatic. But yeah.
The environment would have been a stressor for highly specialized animals that relied on specific resources, leaving many
And hang on, we'll go back a little bit here, but we've got a good question from Emeleth. I suppose early flowers didn't require pollinators? No, they definitely did. Yeah. Pollination is not restricted to just flowers. There are a lot of non-flowering plants that also require pollinators. Some plants, like conifer trees, largely rely on wind to do the pollination for them, to bring gametes from one plant to another. But there's a lot of non-flowering plants, things like cycads. These ancient plants didn't have flowers, but they relied on beetles, like they still do today. Cycads still rely on beetles to pollinate them. So beetles will visit the cones of one cycad, and then another one, and they'll spread pollen like that. So yeah. So pollination is not just a flowers thing. There's lots and lots and lots of different plant groups that do this, including ones much more ancient than flowering plants, things like cycads here. Yeah. So yeah, pretty neat, right? And Ibanovator says, but how do those two species evolve together? That's so weird to me. What do you mean? Andrew Bites, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. What came first, the fruits or the beetles? In this particular case, I'm not sure, but you don't... How do I explain this? When we're talking about this kind of like relationship like this between the pollinators and the pollinateds, between the plants and the arthropods here, there might be a species of beetle that relies on that particular plant, or these could be just generalists. It could be lots and lots of different kinds of beetles will go and try and eat the fruits off of these cycads, and then, yeah, it could be like a generalist sort of thing to start with, you know? Like, beetles may have been, all kinds of different species of beetles may have been visiting all different kinds of species of cycad like that, and eating the fruits and just kind of hanging out. And then the plants eventually evolve a way to take advantage of that, to get the beetles to spread their pollen. It is pollen, I think, right? I don't know. I'm not a botanist. You get the beetles to fertilize them. So it's not like you have to have a... It's not like an irreducible complexity situation. You know? It's not like the whole thing falls apart if you don't have them evolving in lockstep the whole time together. So they needed each other long before the fruits. They didn't necessarily need each other, no. No. That kind of relationship developed later on, I think. Plants were able to kind of take advantage of this tendency of beetles to hang out there. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Audrey Bite says, plants didn't try to change to get the beetles to pollinate. You're right, yes. It's more like the plants which were pollinated by the beetles did better than those that did not. Exactly, they had an advantage there. It's kind of the basics of natural selection here. Yeah. It's like those plants that have certain mutations that the beetles like better, those ones get pollinated more often. They get fertilized, yeah. They get pollinated more often, and then that pollination is the exchange of genetic material. The beetles are literally bringing, like, plant sperm to other plants. And so that trait just spreads throughout the population like that. Yeah. Does that make sense? Anyway. But yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, a lot of seeds also have a food package for the seed with fat, etc. Good food for animals. Some began producing more edible flesh to get spread by animals. Exactly. And with cycads in particular, there's this really neat idea. I've shown this multiple times on stream before, but I'll show you again. It's in it's a speculative idea, but it's in a cool book. Right here, called In the Presence of Dinosaurs. This is kind of like Walking with Dinosaurs before there was Walking with Dinosaurs. I think it was before, right? When was this published? Well, okay, 2000. It was published around the same time. Walking with Dinosaurs was 1999. This book must have been in production for years beforehand, so around the same time. But there is a really neat idea in here that I like a lot. Speculative, but fun. This idea that stegosaurs may have fed on the fleshy fruits of cycads like this. So the caption here says, stegosaurs are particularly fond of cycad fruit. The pebbled armor that lines the animal's throat region is an effective protection against the sharp, spiny cycad leaves that would otherwise stand between the stegosaur and its favorite food. The reason that plants produce fruits like this is to basically kind of trick animals into spreading the seeds for them. The animals aren't trying to spread the seeds, but they're after that fruit. It's good stuff. They eat that, they ingest the seeds, they go and poop it out, and then it's got natural fertilizer when it comes out of the animal. It's in a big turd. And that's what it needs to germinate, you know? So yeah, it's cool how evolution works like that, you know? But yeah. Wonder who the durian fruit is tricking? I don't know, Casey Snorer. That's a good question. I think monkeys eat those. Anyway, let's get back to mammals here and their relationship with these plants. Genetic diversity, thank you for the prime sub.
Because
I really appreciate that.
America loses them forever.
Thank you, genetic diversity. I appreciate you. Holy cow.
Having abundance of fleshy fruit and seeds provided new nutritional opportunities for the herbivorous multituberculates. And their high energy needs may have driven them to compete more fiercely for resources. Such a dramatic change in the environment would have been a stressor for highly specialized animals that relied on specific resources, leaving many mammaliaforms struggling to adapt. But small generalist therians that were less reliant on stable conditions persisted. In this way, evidence suggests that the spread of angiosperms helped our ancestors
Flowering
succeed.
plants.
by tipping the scales against their ancient mammaliform relatives. Some recently published fossil finds suggest that during this time, monotremes had radiated into diverse forms in Australia. But Therians weren't free to take over quite yet. Other crowned mammal groups were still around and had started to specialize. The most successful of these was the multituberculates.
Yeah, the multis. Holy cow. I found some multi bits on the pre-SVP field trip in North Dakota. Yeah, it was a little over a month ago.
A group that had taken advantage of the new abundance of vegetation brought on by the spread of angiosperms. They and several other mammal groups would go on to survive the KPG mass extinction, diversifying and competing with placentals, marsupials, and monotremes. But now we know that this era of evolutionary rivalry was nothing new for the mammals. Instead, it was the next chapter of a story that had played out over millions of years of mammaliform history. From the diverse docodonts of the Jurassic to the angiosperms that helped our ancestors get a foot in the evolutionary door. Eventually, competition and a changing climate caused the last of those other mammal groups to disappear, leaving the monotremes and Therians to diversify. The diversification...
I'm sorry, what? Are they talking about... Is he talking about pre or post KPG extinction? Because that was really the kicker. That's, as I understand it, that's what's... You know, that's this huge evolutionary bottleneck there.
Resulted in the return of countless forms, from the shovel paws to the gliding membranes and the paddle tails that our ancient relatives pioneered. And that shift left our own group, the placentals, to become the...
And Silkmaker, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Most successful, diverse mammaliforms to...
And holy cow, Mark Melbourne. Thank you very, very much. Just in time for Thursday BIRDSday. We've got this lovely Tinamou bird here who looks very excited about your generosity there. 10 gift subs. Appreciate that, Mark Melbourne. And this bird does too. Very appreciative. Uh-oh. Too appreciative.
Mark Melbourne is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark Melbourne. I appreciate you. Holy cow. Good stuff. If you see somewhere it says duck. No, that's not a duck. That's a Tinamou bird. We might talk about them in a little bit during Thursday BIRDSday. Anyway, let's... oh, this video is pretty much over. Shoot. Yeah.
Ever live. So far.
Yeah, there we go. Good video by PBS Eons. They always do good work. There's a link to that right there. Anyway, hello to you, Silkmaker. I appreciate you saying hi. Mark Melbourne, thank you again, earnestly, for those 10 gift subs. I appreciate it. That helps keep me going here, helps support the broadcast, helps put food on my table, so thank you. Appreciate it. Without further ado, I believe it is now time for Thursday BIRDSday. So let's go ahead and get that started, shall we? If you are new here and don't know what Thursday BIRDSday is all about, well, I got a little video for you here. Let's start it up, shall we?
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
All right, happy Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. Let's go ahead and get into these pictures submitted by members of this community, and we'll talk about it. Best day of the week, says Spectacular Raptor. I'm glad you enjoy Thursday BIRDSday. Here we go. The Trek Nerd has got 2 eagles, bald eagles, Haliaetus leucocephalus, on Puget Sound. This is not a rare sight, thankfully. Very, very cool. Shoot, with yeah, with bald eagles like this, you know, I'm always filled with patriotic pride. Our nation's national symbol here, the bald eagle. Lovely critter. Thank you for posting it there, Trek Nerd. 2 of them sitting side by side, not even high up, just right there on the water. Good for them. Good for them. Neat stuff, Trek Nerd. Bald eagles are always cool to see. I always get a thrill when I spot them. I used to see them all the time in Montana. I've actually spotted them a couple times here in the Bay Area, though, having since moved back here. I saw one a few months ago, and I saw one beginning of 2 years ago, I think. One of them I even posted to iNaturalist. They're starting to come back to the Bay Area, which is really encouraging. Anyway, Ms. Art Rules, Ms. Yvette says California condor at San Diego Safari Park. This is one of my very favorite birds. California condor, one of the most intensely studied birds, especially per individual, on the planet. Every single one of these guys has got a number associated with them, so we know, I think, the exact number of living California condors that there are right now. Pretty cool. Yeah. Neverwinter says, I see them pretty regularly in the Philadelphia area. I'm not sure you see California condors. I know you're talking about bald eagles. Sorry, Neverwinter, but yeah. Yeah. I still have yet to see a wild California condor. They're such cool critters. One of these days, we'll do a whole stream about California condors. There's a really good book about them that I would recommend if you can get hold of it. The California Condor. A saga of natural history and conservation. During one very dull weekend back in Montana, I read this book cover to cover. And it turned that dull weekend into a fun one. Good stuff. Yeah. Condors are such cool birds, and if we had a little bit more time today, I'd go into more detail about them, but hopefully we'll do a whole stream about them at some point in the coming year. Yeah. The videos with the parent puppets feeding the babies. Yeah, Emily, yes. Yeah. Dull weekends will rue the day. There you go, Lilith Hobo. Yeah, it's a good book. Tough book to find, but a good book. It's good stuff. Anyway, thank you, Miss Yvette. Excellent bird. And here, I gotta remember to do... Yeah. Sir Alexander Morrison says, this video is a test of my new iPhone's capabilities. I'm having to essentially relearn the editing that I usually do for my videos. Birds included are a great blue heron and a great egret. Music by Brian Egg. I've added 2 photos from the video. Nice. Let's take a look at Alexander Morrison's video here. Excellent photo. Oh, this is good stuff. Alexander says, oh yeah, son. Yeah. Oh, these are great. What a treat. You gotta love herons. RD a day, this whole family of birds. Oh, uh-oh, hang on. Hang on, I gotta go, shoot. Check the 3D print, it's about to run out of filament here, hang on. There we go, success. Again, I'm 3D printing a life-size Stegosaurus skull right now, and I'm pretty excited about. And, yeah. Glad we were able to catch that, because well, that is the new printer, and it does have a filament sensor, so it wouldn't have completely ruined this print. It's still nice to not have to deal with the fallout from running out of filament. Because there's usually like a last remnant that gets stuck in there, and it's just a pain in the butt to load new filament in if you don't catch it in time. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Lilitoba says, is it smelly, the printers? No. What? I print PLA filament. I think people who use other kinds of filament or use resin printers, there can be a lot of fumes and stuff. I don't get that with PLA. Yeah. Anywho, here, let's finish out this video from Alexander Morrison as we continue with Thursday BIRDSday. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Appreciate you, Alexander. Holy cow. Slick new camera too. This is great. Yeah. Andy's the 188 has got, who's this? That sounds like a coot. Here, let me turn the sound up for you. Yeah, to me that sounds... I don't know where you're at, but if you're within the range of the American coot, then that might be that critter. I think this is a member of the rail family or coot family. Where do these guys belong? What clade are they part of? And little Navi, how are you doing? Hello to you too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. The coots are rails. Thank you, Neverwinter. I wasn't sure if I had that correct or not. There we go, American coot. And this whole group, the rails like this, coots, moorhens, and more. That almost sounds like, I don't know, like the kind of, kind of business that might be fun to attend. Like coots, moorhens, and more. Providing all of your near-shore bird needs. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this is a fairly cosmopolitan group. I think we've got them on multiple continents. So wherever you posted that from, Andy's the one, I bet you it's a member of that family. Yeah. Discount... Mayor of Space says, discount rail warehouse. Get them all. Coots, moorhens, and more. Yeah. Cheap prices. Cheap, cheap, cheap. There you go. I'm Innovator. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Coot? Maybe. Yeah. Oh shoot, I messed up the order. Was it from last week? Here we are. Squiggles! It's got a heron at my local park. Usually there's only mallards in the pond. But this guy shows up randomly. Looking to cause some trouble. Eat some frogs or some fishes. Yeah. It's always cool when, like, a strange bird arrives. And you're like, who are you? Oh, yeah, I'm new to the neighborhood. Just looking around. Trying to exhibit some behaviors and occupy a niche. Charcone has got their absolute favorite bird. They are so friendly humans, especially if you whistle to them. The mockingbird. There you go. A lovely bird. Mockingbirds are so cool. And the way that they're able to perform that kind of mimicry, to mimic the calls of other bird species is really, really neat. Anyway. And you don't think that's a coot. Interesting, Neverwinter. Okay. I mean, it looks like a mockingbird. No, I'm kidding. I know you're talking about the bird from before. But yeah. Lenina says, there's one in my neighborhood that has incorporated a car alarm in its song. That must be beautiful to hear. Yeah. I think we might have video of that. Yeah. Yeah. Wii U is what mine does. Interesting. They are really, really neat. I love mockingbirds. They are cool critters. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice, Charcone. Very nice. And Dinosaur Dave says, can you spot it?
So this is the scenic view rainforest. It's about as close to a primordial forest as you'll probably find anywhere. There's all sorts of ferns and see one there.
Yeah, a lovely tree fern there.
Ones running around on the ground. I feel like this is pretty close to what it would have looked like 60 plus million years ago.
Yeah.
And that's
in a lot of ways, yeah.
The lift thing.
I don't see any grasses. Yeah, look at that lovely tree fern there. Nice. Can I spot it? Can I spot what?
So
Who's here?
So this is the...
I'm not sure. Huh. I'm not sure I spot anybody in here, any birds. Yeah. I don't know. No, I can't spot it. I didn't spot the bird. Huh. But thank you for posting, Dinosaur Dave. And Thing says, my best friend will be watching Thursday BIRDSday for the first time. So here's one of her favorite pictures of Luigi, who's my peach-faced lovebird. Yeah, and Thing, I've got the photo of Luigi that you gave me at SVP right here. So let's put this up right there for Thursday BIRDSday. Good stuff. Yeah. Whoop. There we go. Whoop. Thank you so much. That's lovely. Oh, Luigi was lucky to have such a loving home. You made the magnet of Luigi in the background of that pic. Little Navi, that is very cool. Well, you've got a cool friend there in Thing, and welcome to the community. It's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate you. I appreciate you bringing good friends over the Thing. Yeah. Glad they invited you. Little Navi, it's great to have you here. Thank you again, Thing. Excellent. Oh. I wonder if he recognizes these colors and he's like, oh yeah. It looks familiar. Looks like my kind. Tommy Ploticus has got so many birds. Holy cow. A lot of birds. Like a metric lot of birds there. Holy moly. I don't know who these are. I'm gonna say these are Passerinae indeterminate. I don't know what kind of birds those are. Some kind of perching bird. But that's there's a lot of birds. There we go. Lots of birds. Starlings probably says Neverwinter. That would make sense. They do like to hang out in huge groups like that. My first guess was grackles, but actually based on the few like flappy silhouettes we see there, starlings would make more sense. There can be thousands upon thousands of starlings in a particular flock. So yeah, that's like a billion burbs. Yeah, maybe more. You know? Good stuff. Yeah. But here, yeah, yeah. Yeah. In Rome. Huh. Look at that. That's so cool. Wow. Amazing. Dinosaurs are kind of funny, little Navi. Thank you for the follow again. Appreciate it. Again or first time? Anyway, thank you for the follow. And thank you for the Prime sub too, little Navi. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. There we go. Thank you, little Navi. I appreciate you. Thanks for the support. Yeah, so cool. Who thought that? Yeah. So they've just got real fast reflexes. Very, very cool. There's a video goes on after this. I'll share it with you right there. But yeah, thanks Tommy Platicus for giving us an opportunity to talk about that there. They probably are starlings. And Lenina says, I spotted this mother grackle and her offspring while in the drive-thru back in July. Grackles hold a special place in my heart because I used to sit on my grandfather's back porch with his bird-watching book. And he'd show me which birds were which species and how to tell male from female where possible. There were an abundance of grackles. That's one of the first locals I learned. That's a beautiful story, Lenina. And a beautiful, and I would say underappreciated bird, too. Grackles don't get enough respect. They're lovely critters. Among scads of cool theropod dinosaurs, grackles are pretty cool, too. Yeah. I like that a lot. Thanks, Lenina. A Team Grackle shirt. I like that. I like that idea, Lenina. They are native, though, to the U.S., aren't they? They're native to North America. I had an idea. I guess you can steal this idea if you want to, anybody. But one piece of paleontologizing merch that I thought would be kind of funny to do this next year would be a what's like the kind of a t-shirt you might see in like a tourist shop, and it says North America on it, and then there's a picture of a European starling. Yeah. I don't know if anybody else would think that that's funny, but yeah, we might do that. In fact, before I forget, I'm gonna write down that idea. Let's see. Paleontologizing merch 2025. Nice. Yeah. You would wear it, Tipsy Emu? Nice. Okay. Bird people would laugh. Yeah, and a laugh from a bird person is a wonderful thing. So yeah. So yeah, maybe we'll do that. Anywho, bird people are dinosaur people. It's true, Lenina. It is true. Well said. Steely Dan says, went to the park for lunch today, as I often do, thanks in large part to this channel. That's awesome, Steely Dan. You're getting out there and getting fresh air and touching grass because of this channel? I'm touched. It makes me happy to hear. While eating my sandwich, all of a sudden I hear a loud splash and look up and see a huge raptor flying off with an equally huge fish. Excellent. It was all white underneath and brown on top, so I thought it was my first osprey. Here it is flying in front of some egrets. That looks like an osprey to me, yeah. Yeah. Let's zoom in and enhance. Well, we'll zoom in at least. Yeah, that really looks like an osprey. What do you think, Neverwinter? You are, yep. Excellent. Yeah, literally touched grass, says Steely Dan. Nice. And you found yourself an osprey. That is super cool. Congratulations. Yeah. Well done. Good stuff. Excellent. It's so cool when you see an osprey take off with a fish. It's not a super rare thing to see, but it's always special when it happens. Let's see. Hang on, I'm trying to log into my iNaturalist here, and I can never remember which email account I used for it. Which one is it? I have too many email accounts. But I was going to show you a picture of an osprey that I took of one carrying a fish when I was going through Idaho a few years back. Nope, that's not it. Darn it. It's gotta be this one. I appreciate everybody's patience. Gosh darn it. Sign out. Log in. There we go. Okay. Observations. Osprey. Here, I should be able to find it just looking in here. When I was in Idaho. Right here, that must have been Pocatello, right? There we go. That's it right there. Yeah. So it's not the best photo in the world, but this is an osprey carrying what I think is like a lake trout or something. It was some sort of fish that was stocked in an artificial lake. And, yeah, I managed to snap this photo, which I was really, really proud of, with, you know, a phone camera. Didn't have, like, a proper camera on me at the time. But yeah. Yeah. Was pretty excited about that. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. It's like it was showing off for me. So cool. It's really, really neat when you get to see that. When you get to see this, you know, predator so well adapted for doing what it does. When you get to witness that, it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. Yeah. So good stuff there. Steely Dan, good stuff. Victorious has got Antigone canadensis. A sandhill crane there. 2 sandhill cranes, rather. Just right there, hanging out on the lawn. Pretty awesome. Little Navi says I'm going to submit a bird picture next week. Excellent. I look look forward to that. Yeah, sandhill cranes are really, really awesome birds. I love them. Always a treat to see. Occasionally, I would see them in Bozeman, Montana, where I used to live. And yeah, they'd always be hanging out in like a big grassy field. I always wondered what they eat. I never see them near waterways or anything, but always like in the middle of a plowed field or a meadow or something, just kind of walking around, always in pairs or more. You never see them by themselves, at least I never have. They're pretty cool. And you caught an osprey on film catching a fish. Very cool, Kennedy. Very, very cool. Anyway, good stuff. Nicely done, Victorious. Excellent bird there. Mayor of Space says another bird I found at the Detroit Zoo Aviary. Nice.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
Ice Blink Luck, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Nice. I don't know who this is, but they're certainly a handsome bird. Very spirited. I don't know who this is, but they're very cool. A tanager of some sort, one of the South American ones. That would make sense. Never went to. Yeah, I could see that. You'd know better than I would, but yeah, a bit like this. And Chara01VT, hello there to you too. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Good stuff, Mayor of Space. Yeah, mystery bird. Excuse me. Goodness. And Neverwinter, oh man, check out this photo right here. Holy cow, a king eider. Excellent photograph there. And that is a beautiful photo, a beautiful bird. A king eider, Somateria spectabilis, at Barnegat Inlet, New Jersey in December 2020. This is an immature male bird, much less spectacular than the adult male plumage. Really? A bird with a name like a king eider has got a royal visage? Say it ain't so. Yeah, holy moly. Wow. That is impressive. Wow, wow, wow. I wonder if they're close relatives of like golden eyes or something like that. I've never seen one of these in the wild or in captivity. That's nuts. Gorgeous bird. I do wonder. Let's see. King eider here. You know, I'm decidedly anti-monarchist in my proclivities. But that is a very regal-looking bird, and you know what? Big respect. Yeah. Very cool. Are these guys related to golden eyes, perhaps? Golden eyes are a kind of duck, right? Yeah, okay, okay. They are pretty closely related. Which reminds me of, Intense porpoise. Look at that graph. Thank you for sharing it with us. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here. It's okay, intense porpoise. I appreciate you. I apologize for this video. I take full responsibility. But that's a golden eye there. I remember some of the comments being kind of funny. Dang YouTube algorithm being weird again. Nice, look at him. Golden guy. Terrifying. Anyway, golden eyes are related to eiders, apparently. Golden eye is right there. And then your eiders are... You got your scoters and then your eiders. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Neverwinter. Holy cow. Excellent. There we go. A crown for the King Eider. Excellent. Dr. Tara has got a spur-winged goose from the Dallas Zoo. The color from the animal strangely reminds me of something from paleo art, says Dr. Tara. You know what it kind of reminds me of is some of Brian Eng's sauropod reconstructions. Yeah. Something like this, like, yeah. His Brachiosaurus right there. That does kind of remind me of it. That kind of red fleshy bit there. Were you thinking the same thing as me? Yeah. Cool stuff. Inachu says, reminds me of the cranes from China and Japan. Yeah, the similar kind of coloration, certainly. Yeah. Neverwinter says, that's a quality goose. Oh, yeah. Flaps the dorsal surface in this goose. This here, right here, this is a quality goose. You won't find a higher quality goose, you know, anywhere else in the region. Look at that plumage. Look at that bit of display structure right there. Look at the reddish hue on that bill. That, my friend, is a quality goose. It's good stuff. Quality over quantity goose. It's true. Yeah, because there's one of them. Well said, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. No feather kickers. I know what I got. It says isolated, yeah. Yes. Truly a quality goose. Here's a medal. Oh, and we're almost done. Casey Snowart says, visited family in Texas recently and spotted the roundest roadrunner I've ever seen. That's not a roadrunner, that's a road roller right there. Look at how round it is. You know, back in my day, roadrunners used to run. You know, what's happened to our American roadrunners? Looks displeased with life. Well, presumably it's in captivity. So he's doing hard time here. Yeah. Like, what are you in for? Probably tax fraud. No, probably a traffic violation, given it's a roadrunner. Yeah. Acme Food Deliveries. There you go, Neffler. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, good stuff. Slightly cooler morning, but still that floof. No, it's really funny just the way that birds can completely change their silhouette so easily. Like, jokes aside, the feathers, they just allow birds to kind of change their overall aspect completely on a whim. Yeah. But look at this. Here's a good example. This is a green heron. Look at how much they can change their overall shape like that. This is something to remember, Casey Snow Art, for your art, if you're ever doing like feathered theropods, especially non-avian theropods. I think we as paleontologists and paleo artists and people like that, we sometimes kind of forget how much the feathers can kind of obscure the animal's actual silhouette under the feathers. They could just completely change aspect like that. You know? Yeah. Some chunky theropods right this very second. Yeah. Like a Utah raptor that's just like, it's just a ball. Oh. Yeah. It's nuts what these guys can do. Yeah. And you don't see enough feathered theropod reconstructions that are like that. It'd be a fun little kind of art experiment to do. So yeah. And there we go. That is our last one. Casey Snow Art, thank you everybody who has contributed a bird for Thursday BIRDSday. Thank you for making this Thursday BIRDSday another fun one. I appreciate you for it. Thank you for helping make this week's streams successful. My stomach is grumbling audibly right now. I am gonna go see if I can snag some dinner. And, yeah, I've got a lot of stream stuff to take care of, too. And some science stuff and some other stuff. Gotta check on the, oh, wrong button. Sorry. What? Check on the 3D printers and doing a bunch of other stuff, so yeah, we'll be wrapping up this stream presently. We'll put an Archaeopteryx under our credits there. And we'll find somebody to raid into right here. Maybe somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. Who else is on right now? Rocket Sage is on. Well, well, well. We're gonna go say hello to another real-life Earth scientist here on Twitch, Rocket Sage. It's been a good while since we've been able to raid into her. Sage is a geologist. She teaches geology. She does geology. She streams geology. So we're gonna go say hello to her. Thank you, everybody. Whose names are appearing here in our credits. Cheerers and gifters, subscribers and raiders, new followers, moderators. Thank you all for helping make these streams what they are. I appreciate you tremendously. And Looking forward to some more exciting streams next week, too. Got some fun things coming up, and I hope you'll join me for them. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Hope it's restful, relaxing, productive if you want it to be. And I'm looking forward to seeing you all next week. Until then, everybody, you all take care of yourselves. Stay curious. Keep on learning. Blasted Eclipse.
Almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon. Thank you for the follow, Blasted Eclipse. We're going to go say hello to Rocket Sage doing some geology. I'll see you there. Take care, everybody.